should be scrapped?
Minister.
Well, I have to say to the honourable gentleman that I don't agree with that. The voucher scheme has delivered gigabit broadband to thousands of constituents up and down the country, but at the same time we are rolling out the procurement contract. I know that there are particular challenges in his constituency, but already we have extended gigabit coverage now to 78% of the United Kingdom, but I'm happy to ask BT UK to discuss with him any specific challenges in his own constituency.
Alistair Suffolk.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my predecessor, the member for Mid-Norfolk, for the outstanding contribution he's made to British science and technology. The government's investing around £4.2 billion in net zero research and innovation over the current spending review period, including through UKRI and other government departments.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer. I'm incredibly proud of the role that Cranfield University, my constituency, is playing in leading, not just in pioneering research around net zero, but commercialisation of that technology too. Can the Minister outline what further support we can offer companies like Cranfield Aerospace in my constituency to make sure we capture that economic benefit locally in the future?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I share the honourable member's pride in the wonderful work done by Cranfield and Cranfield Aerospace. We're providing £1.6 billion of funding for the UK's 9 catapults, including the high-value manufacturing catapults, some of which will go to the Cranfield Digital Aviation Research and Technology Centre, and I hope to join the honourable member in visiting that wonderful institution.
James Gray.
Speaker, the Minister is new to his task, a very wide portfolio it is. And in the wall-to-wall briefings he's currently getting, will he particularly ask for briefings on science, British science, in the Arctic and the Antarctic? We have 78 universities who are leading in this field. We are the 4th largest polar scientific research nation. We are a leader in it. He needs to know all about it.
Mr. Speaker, I know that my honourable friend, the member for North Wiltshire, does fantastic work highlighting the work of polar research through the all-party parliamentary group. I'll be happy to champion that and to meet with him on this important domain for science.
Minister Chiamwara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the Minister to his role. I hope he will share his predecessor's enthusiasm for and commitment to science. Climate change presents huge challenges and huge opportunities. Labour would champion university clusters and spin-outs as engines of sustainable regional growth. But right now, great green job-creating businesses like Low Carbon Materials, a Durham University spin-out, or Airex, an award-winning retrofit startup, are bogged down by Tory red tape, with some new products subject to 11 different regulators. Will he adopt Labour's proposal for a regulatory innovation office to unblock the system, end damaging uncertainty and drive much-needed growth?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable lady for Newcastle Central. I look forward to working collaboratively with her, and I absolutely share my predecessor's determination to drive forward British science, including the all-important work in net zero.
To Topical's Dame Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Secretary of State is building on the momentum from the AI Summit by meeting with key partners and policymakers in the United States, championing Britain's leading global role in AI, space, tech, online safety, quantum and other areas. It is only 2 weeks ago that Britain convened 28 countries and the European Union at Bletchley Park to sign the world's first agreement on tackling the risks of frontier AI. This followed the historic passage of the Online Safety Act, which has been viewed across the world as the gold standard of online child safety legislation. The Secretary of State will be consolidating and accelerating Britain's global advantage in these priority areas, ensuring that the special relationship grows even stronger when it comes to science and technology, and that the collaboration between our two countries...
Patel!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will know that the planned retirement of the public switched telephone network in 2025 is going to bring very significant concerns across rural communities, in particular in Essex, and he'll be familiar with this. So can he provide some assurance about the work underway between the government and telecommunications providers to help improve services in Essex, particularly where we have poor broadband connectivity?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I suggested earlier, the retirement of the PSTN land network is a decision for the industry, but government does have a key role to play in ensuring vulnerable consumers are protected through the transition. I have regular meetings to discuss with communications providers and Ofcom the progress on that, but with regard to Essex and my constituency neighbours hers, I share her concern about the need to ensure that vulnerable constituents are protected, and I can assure her that I will continue.
Rodder, Shadow Minister, can I say, we're about 7 minutes. I don't want to use up the time, but the Minister's really got to be a bit more cautious in how much time he's using. Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said that terrorist groups could use AI to build chemical or biological weapons. But he's still failed to act decisively to regulate AI, even though the US and EU are both taking action. So can the Minister tell the House whether the Secretary of State is using her current trip to the US to learn from the Biden administration, or will our country have to put up with yet more dither and delay?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has always been clear that we will have a contextual and proportionate response when it comes to AI. But I spoke to the Secretary of State yesterday. It is very clear the US sees us as global leaders and they'll be working with us.
Matt Vickers.
Speaker, Teesside was built on steel, and now, thanks to Ben Hoochin, British Steel are bringing steelmaking back to Teesside. Green steel will be forged thanks to a new £1.25 billion arc furnace, leading the way in decarbonising our industries and bringing high-skilled jobs. Does my right honourable friend agree that any business looking to invest in green tech and energy in the UK should be looking to Teesside first?
Mr. Speaker, Teesside's a wonderful net zero powerhouse, and I commend the Green Steel project. That's one reason why Teesside was chosen to pilot the Innovate UK Launchpads programme, each of which will receive up to £7.5 million.
SNP spokesperson Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the new front bench to their positions. Mr. Speaker, since November 2020, £1.1 billion of taxpayers' money has been invested in the Rosalind Franklin Institute as a mega lab to defend Britain against future pandemics. Can one of the new front bench explain why the mega lab has now been put up for sale?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government is investing records amount in innovation and research and technology, including across the life sciences sector. I'll happily meet with the Honourable Lady to discuss this in more detail.
Andy Carter.
What impact does the Minister think the passage of the Online Safety Act into law will have for children and families in Warrington South and across the country?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a father, this issue concerns me greatly. The Online Safety Act is the most powerful child protection law in a generation. All in-scope companies will need to take robust steps to protect children from illegal content and activity on their services. Those safety measures will need to protect children from harmful and age-inappropriate content and activity, such as bullying and content that promotes eating disorders and self-harm.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister help to coordinate a comprehensive analysis of the most successful enterprise zones across the UK and ways in which those zones that haven't been as successful can maximise the opportunities such zones would provide, such as in my constituency in Coleraine?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to flag the value that successful enterprise zones can bring to local communities. I want to see DSIT sectors benefiting as well, and I'm happy to coordinate further with colleagues in other departments to explore those opportunities.
Elliot Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the revolution in AI, can I please ask my right honourable friend what steps he is taking to ensure young people in Carshalton and Wallington have access to the skills that they need for the future?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's committed to ensuring the UK has talent that supports research and innovation and drives growth. That's why we are investing millions in the brightest researchers through scholarships, PhD placements and fellowships in technologies like AI and quantum.
Oh, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What are ministers doing to ensure that members of this House are not included in disinformation reports compiled by the Counter-Disinformation Unit in their department simply for being critical of the government? Their own backbenchers are particularly interested to know.
Minister.
Well, I can tell the honourable gentleman, but the Counter-Disinformation Unit is there to flag to platforms potentially misleading information, but it has no power to have it removed. And I can give him an assurance that it does not identify any members of this House or professional journalists.
Peter Aldis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Research and development tax credits have been remarkably successful in promoting investment by SMEs. However, the Suffolk Chamber of Commerce have highlighted the system as ground to a halt due to HMRC's sledgehammer approach to tackling fraud. Can my right honourable friend liaise with HMRC and the Treasury to ensure that a more pragmatic approach is adopted?
My honourable friend is a champion for his constituency, and I'm very happy to speak to the Financial Secretary to Treasury on that important matter on his behalf.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. I start with Richard Ormston.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, at the start of this year, I made halving inflation my #1 priority. Today, we have delivered on that commitment. There remains more to do, but this is a strong step forward. This morning, also, the Supreme Court gave a judgment on the Rwanda plan. They confirmed that the principle of removing asylum seekers to a safe third country is lawful. There are further elements that they want additional certainty on, and noted that changes can be delivered in the future to address those issues. The government has been working already on a new treaty with Rwanda, and we will finalise that in light of today's judgment. And furthermore, if necessary, I am prepared to revisit our domestic legal frameworks. Let me assure the House, my commitment to stopping the boats is unwavering. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, will be making an oral statement shortly to the House. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister took office, he promised to lead a government marked by integrity, professionalism and accountability at every level. What is it about the judgment of David Cameron and his relationships with Lex Greenhill, or his lobbying for Chinese state interests, that make the Prime Minister consider him to be a suitable candidate to be the Foreign Secretary?
Prime Minister.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the former Prime Minister has rejoined government as Foreign Secretary. He brings unrivalled experience and relationships across the world and will do a fantastic job championing British interests everywhere he goes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tackling illegal immigration is a crucial issue for my constituents, many of whom will be extremely disappointed at this morning's judgment from the Supreme Court. Is the Prime Minister able to update the House on what this decision means for the government's plan to tackle illegal immigration?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his question? I know he has championed this issue and it matters to his constituents. As I said, the judgment confirms that the principle of removing asylum seekers to a safe third country is lawful. The government has already been working in advance on a new treaty with Rwanda, which we will finalise in light of today's judgment, so to address the challenges that were raised. But let me say this again, if it becomes clear that our domestic legal frameworks or international conventions are still frustrating plans at that point, I am prepared to change our laws and revisit those international relationships. The British people expect us to do whatever it takes to stop the boats, and that is precisely what this government will deliver.
I come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister obviously thinks so little of his own MPs that he's had to peel David Cameron away from his 7-year exile in a shepherd's hut and make him Foreign Secretary. But a few months ago, the Intelligence and Security Committee said that the now Foreign Secretary's role in a Chinese investment fund may have been, and this is their words, engineered by the Chinese state. I hardly need to remind the Prime Minister of the threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party or the intimidation against members of this House. So when will he instruct the Foreign Secretary to give full public disclosure of his work for Chinese interests?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm delighted
that the former Prime Minister has rejoined government as Foreign Secretary. As an individual with unrivalled experience, he will help Britain navigate an uncertain world in challenging times. Of course, like every other government minister, he will go through the normal process with the independent adviser. But the government's position on China is clear. China represents an epoch-defining challenge. That's why we have taken strong and robust steps to protect ourselves against the risk that it poses. But we'll take no lessons, Mr. Speaker, from the Labour Party on protecting our national security. They've taken almost £700,000 from an alleged Chinese agent.
Mr. Speaker,
Sorry? Yes, I think now you're on the front bench. We need to just calm down. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, for someone who spent the last few weeks complaining about recycling bins, it's ironic that his latest reset involves recycling the architects of 13 years of Tory failure. But this is the Prime Minister who also reanimated the career of the member for Fareham in order to resuscitate his own just days after she was sacked for a national security breach. Is he ashamed that he was so desperate to become Tory leader, so scared to face a vote, that he put someone so totally unfit for office in charge of Britain's national security?
Mr. Speaker, he mentions 13 years. We remember what happened at the beginning of that 13 years. It was this party that restored this country's financial security after the Labour Party left no money behind, Mr. Speaker. And it is a bit rich to take lectures on security from a man who wanted to make the former member for Islington North Prime Minister of our country.
The member for Islington North isn't even a Labour MP anymore. A change party and strong leadership. Mr.
Speaker. Luke, with a lot of business today, very important business with some important votes, and I want to get through this speedily. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, for 13 years our security has been undermined by this Tory government, and now the most ridiculous, pathetic spectacle of all. His Rwanda scheme, cooked up with his National Security Threat Home Secretary, has blown up. He was told over and over again that this would happen, that it wouldn't work, and it was just the latest Tory gimmick. But he bet everything on it, and now he's totally exposed. The central pillar of his government has crumbled beneath him. Does he want to apologise to the country for wasting £140 million of taxpayer cash and wasting his entire time in office?
Mr. Speaker, obviously the person officer didn't hear what I said about our approach to Rwanda, and not least when it comes to stopping the boats. Rwanda is one part of our plan which has already delivered a reduction in the number of small boats this year by a third, Mr. Speaker. But he talks about apologising. He talks about the former member not being a Labour MP now. Yes, he wasn't a Labour MP when he declined 15 different times to say that Hamas was a terrorist organisation this week, which is shameful. But he was a Labour MP. Indeed, the honourable gentleman served with him. He told the country he would make a great Prime Minister. At that point, he described Hamas as friends. Does he want to apologise for that now?
Are we serious?
No.
Because I'm going to tell... Oh, I wouldn't challenge. Because I've got to say, our constituents are watching this. They're very, very concerned about the affairs of today. They're very concerned about the votes later. A lot of members wish to speak. Those who don't want that to happen, please, go outside, go and have a conversation there. You want to bawl and shout, do it elsewhere. But it won't be happening in here today. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad he agrees this is a changed Labour Party. And while he was wasting his time on this gimmick, the asylum backlog has swollen to 175,000 people. Taxpayers are paying £8 million a day on hotel bills, and 615 people arrived by small boat last Sunday alone. Plan A has failed. And after this session, whether he likes it or not, he'll have to go back to his office, back to the drawing board, and start from scratch. Can he assure the British public that he will drop what his former Home Secretary calls his magical thinking and start treating small boat crossings with the seriousness that they deserve?
Mr. Speaker, he talks about a changed Labour Party. Perhaps we'll see that this evening. He can't even make his party do the right thing when it comes to standing by Israel in the vote later today. He talks about taking small boats crossing seriously. He's opposed every single measure that we have taken, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me update him on what we've done this year. The number of illegal Albania arrivals down by 90%. 20,000 people returned this year. The number of crossings down by a third. He mentioned hotels, closing 50 of them. Money being saved for taxpayers. All, by the way, opposed by the party opposite. What is the honourable gentleman's plan? Yes, there we have it. A cosy deal with the EU, which would see the UK accept 100,000 illegal migrants. He doesn't want to stop the boats. He wants to welcome more of them.
Mr. Speaker, it's very straightforward. He promised that he would stop the boats this year. This year. Today is the 15th of November. He's wasted all of his time on a gimmick, and now he's absolutely nowhere. Will he level with the British public and finally admit he's failed to deliver on his promise?
Mr. Speaker, this government has done more to tackle illegal migration than any in the past. And again, let's just review, Mr. Speaker. He's been on the wrong side of this issue his entire career. This is a man who described all immigration law as racist. He said it was a mistake to control immigration, and he has never once in this place voted for stricter asylum rules. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, while he might want to listen to the open border activists, I'm siding with the British people.
I would have thought if he was confident about his promise, he would have given an answer saying he stands by it and will deliver by the end of the year. But the absence of that answer is absolutely amazing in the circumstances. He's had 3 reshuffles, a forgotten conference speech, an empty King speech. He even found time to fanboy Elon Musk. But not one of them has made the slightest difference to the lives of working people. If we had £1 for every time we had a reset, the cost of living crisis would be over long ago. Now, he likes to think of himself as the man from Silicon Valley, the tech-savvy Californian, the country's first AI PM. And yet his big idea is to keep turning his government on and off and hope at the wall and hope that we'll see signs of life. Is he starting to feel that, as somebody once said, he was the future once?
I slightly missed the end of that, but I've got to say, I was glad to hear finally that the honourable gentleman did bring up the cost of living, because on that he is right. That is the #1 challenge facing countries up and down the family. And today, again, he mentioned it, but what he failed to recognise, and he talked about delivering on promises, today was a day that we delivered on the most important pledge I make, to halve inflation, Mr. Speaker. Delivering on a commitment, easing the burden for families up and down the country. What we would see from the party opposite is everything would jeopardise that progress, borrowing £28 billion a year, undermining our energy security, giving in to inflation-busting pay rises to his union backers. That's not a sensible plan, Mr. Speaker. It would push up mortgage rates, push up inflation, harm working families. All the while, we're going to continue delivering for the country.
And now for something completely different, question 4.
We are. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my honourable friend will be delighted that the West Midlands now tops regional rankings for foreign direct investment. The government is also significantly investing in the region, including hundreds of millions of pounds for Levelling Up Fund and Towns Fund investments, and introducing a new pilot scheme to help businesses in the region become more energy efficient.
Sir Michael.
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend for that encouraging answer? And on behalf of my constituents in Lichfield, may I thank him for having the guts to actually stop HS2. But can I ask that the area within my constituency in the north, where construction is still going on, that this happens swiftly, and that those areas which are not going to have HS2, compensation is also made swiftly to those people who are expecting it.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his question, but also for his consistent campaigning on this issue, and I recall his last question at Prime Minister's Questions on this very topic. I'd like to reassure him that we are committed to fair treatment for people affected by the changes, whilst also protecting taxpayers appropriately. Wherever property has been acquired for HS2, property owners have been fully compensated, and any outstanding cases will be settled. We are developing a programme to sell the surplus land on HS2 Phase 2 and ensure that it delivers value for money, does not disrupt local property markets, and I'll ensure that the Rail Minister talks and meets with him swiftly on behalf of his constituents.
MP Leader Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, the then Prime Minister and now Foreign Secretary David Cameron said that people in Gaza are living under constant attacks and pressure in an open-air prison. Does the current Prime Minister not agree that if there is not an immediate ceasefire, then all of us in this chamber will be watching on as that open-air prison is turned into a graveyard?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no one can deny the suffering that the people in Gaza are undergoing at the moment. I spoke about this on Monday, and I spoke about it consistently with Mahmoud Abbas, the President of the Palestinian Authority, which is why we're doing everything we can to get aid into the region, and we have repeatedly and consistently called for humanitarian pauses to get aid in and to get hostages and those that need to get out, foreign nationals, as quickly as possible, and will continue, as the Foreign Secretary will do, to make sure that that happens.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, how much worse does it need to get? 4,609 children are already dead in Gaza. Babies in the neonatal intensive care unit are dying because they don't have access to oxygen. For members across the House, this is a question of values, and it is a question of conscience. So does the Prime Minister not agree that should there be a vote on an immediate ceasefire, that members across the House should be afforded a free vote?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our position as a government is clear on this. It's right that Israel is able to defend itself, and that principle is one which we support. It has suffered an appalling terrorist attack. Hamas is a terrorist organisation, and it is not just Israel's right but duty to protect its citizens. At the same time, we have consistently at the United Nations and bilaterally with all our partners called for humanitarian pauses to ensure that more aid can get in, hostages and nationals can get out. That's the right thing to do. We will continue to do everything we can to alleviate the suffering that the Palestinian people are undergoing, and I'm confident that our efforts are already making a big difference on the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kirklees Council have closed Dewsbury Sports Centre, delivered just 14% of educational healthcare plans within a 20-week target, are unable to deliver a 5-year land supply, just 3 of its many failings, and now they want to introduce extortionate car parking charges, punishing hard-working families and destroying the high street in our towns and villages. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that Labour-run Kirklees Council is no longer fit for purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I share my honourable friend's disappointment with the Labour-run council in Kirklees. Just this week, we saw, I believe, a Labour councillor suspended for anti-Semitism. As he said, they've also closed the Dewsbury Sports Centre and are proposing to increase car parking charges, punishing local businesses and shoppers in the run-up to Christmas. The council is clearly no longer fit for purpose, and local residents deserve better.
Speaker, last week, members from across the House heard testimony from a young Israeli man who lost both of his peace campaigning parents in the October the 7th attack. This morning we heard from Palestinians who have lost generations of families in the south of Gaza because of the military attacks there. This is a question of humanity and morality.
Hear, hear.
The Prime Minister has an opportunity to lead the calls for peace or endorse death, violence and destruction. Which will he choose?
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's an extremely naive and simplistic way to look at the problem. What he failed to mention in his question was the fact that a prescribed terrorist organisation perpetrated an awful attack on over 1,000 individuals, and Israel has every right to defend itself in those circumstances, and people, their country, would expect nothing less for them to provide security for their citizens. Now, of course, alongside that, they must abide by international law, and we will do everything we can, as I have said, to make sure that aid flows in and provides alleviation to the suffering that the people in Gaza are seeing.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proposals for a new rail station at Edginswell have been looked forward to for a decade, but a final funding gap exists. Will some of the funds released by the decision to scrap further phases of HS2 be used to resolve this?
Prime Minister.
I can assure my honourable friend that our decision on HS2 means every region of the country will now receive more transport investment than it would have done before, including the South West. I'm pleased that funding is happening to protect the vital rail link between Exeter and Plymouth. There'll be a £2.8 billion road resurfacing fund, and his constituents in the South West will continue to benefit from the £2 bus fare until the end of next year. I know that we have previously provided almost £8 million to progress the station that he mentions, and I'll reassure him that the Rail Minister will have heard his representations and continue to update him on the progress that they're making.
Dixman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. David Cameron was the well-paid public face of Lex Greensill. Greensill's companies are facing criminal investigations in Switzerland, Germany and here in the UK. David Cameron messaged ministers and officials 62 times over Greensill's COVID loan guarantees. The Treasury Select Committee called this a significant lack of judgment. What does his appointment say about the Prime Minister's own judgment?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman knows, the government commissioned Nigel Boardman to review all those issues and strengthen the system following those recommendations. But I'm very confident, Mr. Speaker, that this nation will be well represented by the former Prime Minister abroad. He's a Prime Minister with unrivalled experience of foreign affairs, will help Britain navigate an uncertain world in challenging times. And in contrast, the party opposite would offer to the country a shadow Foreign Secretary who backed his predecessor to be leader, was paid to appear on Russian television, and even voted against Trident. Does that sound like a man who should represent Britain?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The inflation numbers this morning were very welcome, but the tax burden continues to bite. So will the Prime Minister agree in principle with me that the concept of higher rate tax was never meant to drag in police sergeants, Band-Aid nurses, teachers with additional responsibilities and others, and that a priority for his Treasury ministers should be to return fairness to the tax thresholds?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable gentleman, and I'm pleased that the vast majority of people will continue not to pay the higher rate. I share his ambition to cut taxes for working people. Right now, inflation is falling, and we're sticking to our plan, which is delivering a halving of it this year, because that is the most effective tax cut that we could have delivered for the British people this year, rather than making it worse, as the party opposite would, borrowing money in the way that would be irresponsible and just drive up inflation and interest rates. But I want to reassure him that I absolutely share his ambition to cut taxes for working people, and as we stabilise the economy, that's something that both the Chancellor and I are keen to deliver.
Davey.
Mr. Speaker, my son loves football, and I understand the Prime Minister is a big Southampton supporter. So after his latest cabinet reshuffle, I wonder if he can tell me, since 2010, have we seen more Southampton managers being sacked, or have we seen more housing ministers come and go? The answer might help to explain why the government is failing so miserably in new home ownership.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased. I'm pleased that in the last figures that we saw, we had actually a record number of first-time buyers, Mr. Speaker, and we're delivering 1 million homes over this Parliament, as we said, whilst the party opposite blocked our plans to unlock 100,000 homes at the same time. And when it comes to Southampton, I'm also pleased that we're on, I think, almost a 7 or 8 game unbeaten run.
Sir Desmond Swing.
If a two-state solution is to have a chance, Hamas must be defeated, but also there will have to first be a more enlightened policy of administration in the occupied West Bank? Mustn't there?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his question. The UK's long-standing position on the Middle East peace process is very clear. We support a negotiated settlement leading to a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state in Gaza and the West Bank. I spoke about this on Monday. Both Israelis and Palestinians have a right to live in peace and security. The longer-term governance of Gaza and security needs to be looked at in the round. It's something that I've discussed repeatedly with President Abbas. We agree with the United States that Gaza should ultimately be under the control of the Palestinian Authority, and we will continue to support President Abbas and his people to get to that outcome.
Mr. Speaker, a new generation of drugs, or can be Simkevi and Kaftrio, is absolutely transforming the lives of patients with cystic fibrosis. So people who would have been waiting for double lung transplants now living happy, healthy lives. But NICE is now saying we can't afford them. So will the Prime Minister and his new Health Secretary get round the table with NICE and with the drugs company to make sure that children being born with cystic fibrosis today get those life-saving drugs in the same way that children currently living with CF are getting them?
Prime Minister. I thank the Honourable Lady for raising an important issue. I'll of course ask the Health Secretary to look into it. I shall understand that NICE operates independently from government, but if there's a conversation that can be had, I'll ensure that it takes place.
David Davis.
The events of the last 6 weeks, can the Prime Minister tell the House why the government has not proscribed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government continues to take strong action against Iran, whilst people in the UK and around the world are under threat from the regime. We've sanctioned more than 350 Iranian individuals and entities, including the IRGC in its entirety. The National Security Act of this year implements new measures to protect the British public, including new offences for espionage and foreign interference. And while the government keeps the list of proscribed organisations under review, as members will be aware, it is a long-standing convention that we don't comment on whether a specific organisation is being considered for proscription.
He just said he had unprecedented experience. What would he say was David Cameron's finest foreign policy achievement?
Mr. Speaker, I think there's Mr. Speaker, in fact, the many to pick from. But what I would say is, under his leadership, this country hosted what was widely considered to be one of the most successful G8 summits of recent time.
It was great to welcome the Prime Minister to Chelmsford earlier this year, where he launched his antisocial behaviour strategy, and he will be pleased to know that the local police have consistently been stepping up their activities. Last week they arrested 24 people for many crimes, and last night they took out a major significant county lines gang. So please, will he join me in congratulating all those in our local police? And would he like to come back to Chelmsford and come out and patrol? He's very Minister.
Well, it was great to visit my honourable friend and launch the government's antisocial behaviour plan. Can I thank her for raising awareness about the important work that her local policing team is doing, and I'm pleased that they've been empowered by our strategy. Antisocial behaviour does make life miserable for many. That's why our plan being delivered is so important. It's having a difference across the country, including in her part of the world, and I'm pleased to see that crime under this government, in the year that we most recently have data for, has decreased by 56% since 2010.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's insulting that in the week that marks 20 years since the abolition of Section 28, the Prime Minister has appointed a minister without portfolio who frequently attacks the LGBTQ+ community with their so-called war on woke, seeks a return to those awful days, denying our human rights and attacking our very existence. Does the Prime Minister agree that he has manifestly and repeatedly failed? It's time for him to resign and to call a general election.
Mr. Speaker, actually, this government and previous have a proud record in championing LGBT rights. It was this government that introduced same-sex marriage, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to ensure that everyone in our society can live with tolerance and compassion and have every opportunity available for them. That's what we have delivered, and that's what we'll continue delivering.
Neil O'Brien.
Mr. Speaker,
Last year, through the Homes for Ukraine scheme, my family and I welcomed a refugee family to our home. And I'm proud that this country has always offered refuge to those who need it. But it's essential that we in this country decide who comes to this country. The Prime Minister has rightly said that he will do whatever it takes to stop the small boats and the evil trade around them. But isn't it apparent that after this morning's ruling, what it will take is a new law to override the Human Rights Act and to cut through the thicket of case law built up by judicial activism so that we can bring back control of our borders and stop the small boats?
Mr. Speaker, it's right that we go through the judgment carefully and properly. And as I said, the government has already been working in advance on a new treaty with Rwanda to address the concerns that have been raised, that were raised previously and that were raised by the Supreme Court, who also acknowledge that changes can be delivered to address those issues. But as I said, and I'll repeat, if it becomes clear that our domestic legal frameworks, or indeed international conventions, are still frustrating plans after that point, I am prepared to change our laws and revisit those international relationships, because we are absolutely committed to stopping the boats.
John Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, thank you for meeting with my constituent Noam. It has been 40 days since Noam's mum, Ada Sagi, was kidnapped by Hamas on October the 7th. We all condemn Hamas's actions and fight for the return of all hostages. Noam wants the language of love to be louder than the language of hate. 11,000 Palestinians have been killed, over 4,000 of them children. International law is important. Does the Prime Minister agree that you can support Israel but also call out breaches of international law?
Mr. Speaker, I've been consistent from the start that whilst Israel has a right to defend itself, it is important that it complies with international law. It's a point I have made on every meeting or phone conversation that I've had with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And it was a privilege to meet her constituents and to hear the pain that they are going through, which I have enormous sympathy for, which is why we are doing absolutely everything we can to bring hostages home. We're engaged intensively in diplomatic activity in the region and working to get also foreign nationals and British nationals. I'm pleased to say well over 200 have now left Gaza, and we will continue to do everything we can to ensure that everyone can safely leave who needs to.
Holly Bancroft.
The Prime Minister knows I stand unapologetically with my steelmakers in Scunthorpe. And he knows that I believe, as many across this House do, that the UK must retain a virgin steelmaking capability for strategic reasons, if nothing else. Will he reassure the House that he is personally following developments at British Steel and doing all he can to retain what is a vital sovereign capability?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for the question? I know she is a fantastic champion for her local steelworking community, and I hope she is reassured by the action that this government has already taken to support steelmaking in our country, reaching a landmark agreement with Tata Steel to safeguard thousands of jobs there, and previously in the pandemic as well, because I agree with her, it is important to our industrial base, and we'll continue to have constructive conversations with all those companies to ensure that we can support them in their transition to a cleaner, greener steelmaking future.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the British Independent Retail Association, on a matter that affects every constituency across this kingdom, 82% of retailers don't even bother reporting physical attacks on their staff when they're attacked. It takes shopkeepers to sell an additional 12 items to make up for an item that has been stolen. Will the Prime Minister support efforts that are being made by that association and many others across this House to ensure that retailers are protected, that theft against them is called out, and that they are supported in every way possible? And today at a meeting in Dining Room C, will he encourage those members from those shops in their efforts?
Can I firstly pay tribute to the work that my honourable friend does on this issue as the Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Retail Crime. He's absolutely right about the importance of this issue. Working in my mum's shop and her pharmacy growing up, I understand exactly what he's talking about when small businesses are the victims of crime. What I can tell him is that our expectation and our agreement with police forces is that all shoplifting should be followed up where there is evidence, such as CCTV footage, which is something that we did earlier this year, and also that any violent or abusive behaviour towards shop workers, particularly those who provide a a valuable service to the public is never acceptable, and that is why we introduced a statutory aggravating factor for assaults on workers that provide a service to the public, and I commend him on everything he's doing on this issue.
Questions to William Cash.
Thank you. Will my right honourable friend give the House an assurance that he has made clear to the new Foreign Secretary, who of course we wish well, that and that he has agreed that his policy and conduct of EU-related affairs will be consistent with the government's 2019 election manifesto and the referendum, and is now fully committed to UK parliamentary sovereignty, self-government and democracy, and in accordance with the government's subsequent legislation.
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm delighted to give my honourable friend that assurance, because this is a government that is seizing the opportunities of Brexit, aided by his advice and support, passing the rule bill, ensuring that we can regulate our growth industries in a more competitive way and sign trade deals with the fastest growing regions across the world, including most recently the CPTPP. It's this government that's delivering the benefits of Brexit to every part of our country, and long may that continue.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Right, let us begin. I call the Home Secretary to make his statement. Home Secretary, welcome to the dispatch box.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. With permission, I would like to make a statement about the government's plan for ending illegal migration. The Supreme Court has today upheld the judgment of the Court of Appeal, meaning that we cannot yet lawfully remove people to Rwanda. The important thing to note is that the judgment of the court today was made on the basis of facts from 15 months ago. The government, of course, fully respects the Supreme Court, but its judgment does not weaken our resolve to deter people from making these illegal, dangerous, and unnecessary journeys. This is a lengthy judgment which we now need to digest and reflect upon. We take our obligations to the courts very seriously, which is why we have already taken action to address a number of the points raised by the lower courts. It is only through breaking the business model of illegal people traffickers that we can fully take control of our borders and save lives at sea. This is why the PM backed our deal with Rwanda, passed legislation to deliver it, and said last December that other countries would follow our lead. And what we have now seen is other countries are indeed now also exploring third country models for illegal migration, including Austria, Germany, Denmark, and Italy in their deal with Albania. A new and innovative model for processing asylum claims. Nothing in the Supreme Court judgment today dims our commitment. The Supreme Court has said that there are issues with Rwanda's asylum system which could create the possibility of someone being returned to a country where they could face persecution. I am struck by the court's remarks about the risk of refoulement. The structural, and I quote, the structural changes and capacity building needed to eliminate that risk may be delivered in the future, but they were not shown to be in place at the time when the lawfulness of this policy had been considered in these proceedings, making reference to the earlier proceedings. We have a plan to provide exactly that certainty. We anticipate that this we anticipated this judgment as a possible result, and for the last few months have been working on a plan to provide the certainty that the court demands. We have been working with Rwanda to build capacity and amend agreements with Rwanda to make clear that those sent there cannot be sent to another country than the UK. Our intention is to uphold our agreement, to upgrade our agreement to a treaty as soon as possible. That will make it absolutely clear to our courts and to Strasbourg that the risks laid out by the court today have been responded to, will be consistent with international law, and ensure that Parliament is able to scrutinise it. The Prime Minister has said that if our domestic legal framework frustrates our plans, he is prepared to change our laws. But I will inform the House we are not going to put forward proposals simply to manufacture an unnecessary row for political gain. We have a plan to deliver the Rwanda deal. They're not listening, Mr. Speaker, so they might want to listen to this. We have a plan to deliver the Rwanda deal, and we will do whatever it takes to stop the boats. Mr. Speaker, illegal immigration is a huge global challenge, and that challenge is growing. It was a topic that I regularly raised with countries across Europe and around the wider world in my former role as a Foreign Secretary. But, Mr. Speaker, monthly illegal migrant numbers are trending upwards right across Europe, with an exception. Our numbers are falling. Illegal migration is dangerous. It undermines the laws of our country. It is unfair on those who come here legally and on the British people who play by the rules. It must and it will stop. This is a wonderful country. And I recognise that because I have had a chance to see it as others see it from overseas. And inevitably, people aspire to come here. But more people coming here illegally is not fair for those struggling to get GP appointments, those trying to get housing or access to schools, or those people who are living near asylum hotels. The impacts are felt on some of the poorest in our society, and we have a duty to address their concerns. While the Conservative government has taken action to protect our country, the Labour Party has voted time and time again not to protect our borders, over 80 times. Rwanda is ready and willing to help. The UNHCR operates its own refugee scheme in Rwanda, and Rwanda is ready to receive thousands of people, process their claims, give them excellent care, and then support them to integrate into Rwanda. This is an African country full of potential and promise. We have a future-focused and mutually beneficial partnership with them, and we plan to deliver. The Rwanda plan has only ever been one tool in our toolbox. We have a plan to drive down numbers, and our plan is working. Before the Prime Minister launched a 10-point plan in December, the number of people entering the UK illegally in small boats had more than quadrupled. While illegal migration in the rest of Europe continues to rise, crossings to the UK are now down by a third. Mr. Speaker, we are tackling illegal migration at every stage in the journey of a would-be illegal migrant. Our plan is working. Last year, the Prime Minister agreed the largest ever small boats deal with France. We have expanded our joint intelligence cell to deepen intelligence sharing and dismantle the criminal gangs. Cutting-edge surveillance technology is in play, and we have beefed up security infrastructure such as CCTV at key border crossings across the Channel. We have ensured that more French officials and officers patrol French beaches, and they are working closely with UK staff. And so far, in 2023, nearly 22,000 crossing attempts have been prevented because of the close coordination between British and French officials. That means less money that the British taxpayers have to spend on hotels, less profits for the criminal gangs and fewer people to process. It sends a clear message to the gangs and those who want to cross that we will stop them. As Foreign Secretary, I work closely with my right honourable friend, the Immigration Minister, to agree a new deal with Albania, with better data sharing, closer operational working and financial support. And in response to the work that he and I did, the number of Albanian small boat arrivals has fallen by 90%. 90% so far during 2023, and we have returned over 4,600 people in just 10 months. We also want to make sure it's harder to get into one of those boats in the first place, including reducing the supply of boats. We are targeting the movement of these goods, such as dinghies, such as engines, that are used to facilitate the crossing in order to undermine a key component of the smugglers' business model. And those who do make it through will not be able to stay. We have expedited returns agreements with countries including France, Albania, Turkey and Italy. We have increased the number of illegal working raids by almost 70%. We have cut the asylum legacy backlog by over 59,000 cases. We have freed up hundreds of hotel beds with the use of alternative sites. We have announced the closure of the first 50 asylum hotels, and we have passed the Illegal Migration Act, the most ambitious immigration legislation in decades, which makes clear that the only route to asylum in the UK is via one of the safe and legal routes we have put in place. Anyone who comes to the UK illegally will not be able to stay. They will be removed either to their home country if it is safe or to a third country if it is not. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that our commitment to ending illegal migration is unwavering. We are a positive outlier in Europe. Our efforts are working. Small boat crossings are down. Our decision-making is faster. We are removing those with no right to be here and taking action against those who are working illegally. We have done deals with multiple countries and will continue to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, arrivals down, decisions faster, returns up. We are getting on with the job and we will do whatever it takes to deliver on our commitment to stop the boats, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary. Vivek Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the new Home Secretary to his post. He is the 8th Conservative Home Secretary in 8 years, and what a mess he has inherited. The court conclusions today are damning. It exposes the complete failure of the Prime Minister's flagship Rwanda policy, exposes a complete failure of the Prime Minister's judgment in making it the central part of his policy, and the complete failure of Conservatives to get the most basic grip of their boats and asylum chaos. No serious plan on the dangerous boat crossings that are undermining our border security and putting lives at risk that all of us want to see end. No serious plan to sort out the chaos in the asylum system, people in costly asylum hotels because of the soaring backlog that should be ended, and the readiness to spend over £140 million of taxpayers' money on this plan, money we can't get back now that this policy has totally failed. And it adds to the disastrous judgment of the Prime Minister not just appointing and backing the previous Home Secretary, who was unfit for the job. Now, I don't agree with pretty much anything his predecessor as Home Secretary ever said, but she was right on this message to the Prime Minister. She said, if we lose in the Supreme Court, you will have wasted a year and an Act of Parliament only to arrive back at square one. Your magical thinking has meant you have failed to prepare any sort of credible Plan B. Wasting time, wasting money and letting the country down. That is the Conservatives' record. Now, the court outlines the catalogue of problems with the policy, but ministers knew all about them. When it was first announced 18 months ago, I raised in this House the problems with the Israel-Rwanda deal. They were warned many times about failures and weaknesses in the Rwanda asylum system, but they just pressed on. And even if it had been found lawful today, they've admitted it would only have covered a few hundred people anyway, at a time when 100,000 people applied for asylum in the UK last year on the Conservatives' watch, and that would have also cost around twice as much per person as deciding cases in the UK. The truth is the government has wasted not just 1 but 5 years of failing to deal with this. 5 years ago there were just a few hundred people crossing in boats, but they let criminal gangs take hold along the channel. They let asylum decisions collapse, so the backlog soared, and there are now 20% more people in asylum hotels than there were when the Prime Minister promised to end them. Right. So will he now tell us how much in total has the government spent on this failed Rwanda plan so far? The House has a right to know. Yes. He says he wants a new treaty. How much more will that cost? And the court judgment says, despite his optimism, it says of the changes that are needed, the Rwandan government indicated that the contemplated arrangements might not be straightforward to implement in practice. And the court says the provision of resources does not mean that the problems we have described can be resolved in the short term. So again, more of the magical thinking. And what does this mean for the Prime Minister's flagship legislation? Because he boasted about passing it only yesterday, but the government hasn't actually commenced the central clauses of the law, because without Rwanda, and frankly even with Rwanda, the policy doesn't work and will just lead to an endless, ever-increasing permanent backlog. So can he confirm now he won't in fact be implementing the central tenets of that law this year? And can he confirm that this means the Prime Minister's pledges to introduce the new law, to stop the boats and to also to end hotel use will all be broken this year? And why will he not put that money into a proper plan to tackle the boats? I don't believe the new Home Secretary ever believed in the Rwanda plan. He distanced himself from it and his predecessor's language on it. He may even, on occasion, have privately called it batshit. But he and I agree. We need action to stop boat crossings that are undermining border security and putting lives at risk. We need a properly controlled and managed system for asylum and refugees. So let's concentrate on the things that can work. We support the work with France along the northern coast. We want it to go further. We support the work with Albania, with other countries across Europe to tackle the gangs, but it is frankly far, far too weak. We need a proper, comprehensive, massively scaled-up plan to go after the criminal gangs and a proper system to clear the backlog, to have a proper returns unit in place so we can end hotel use. And instead of that cost going up from £6 million to £8 million a day on his watch, let us end hotel use and save the taxpayer £2 billion. That should be common ground. So I could suggest to him that he stops wasting taxpayers' money on more failing schemes, that he ditches the magical thinking and the culture wars of his predecessors, and that he ditches the gimmicks and finally gets a grip.
Home Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think one of the dangers of writing a critique of government policy before you've read the facts laid out in the statement is the statement makes the critique obsolete. She talks about hotel usage, which I might remind the House is coming down. She talks about small boat arrivals in the UK, which I will remind the House are coming down. She talks about closer working relationships with our European partners, which I will remind the House we are already doing. I've written here in response to the various questions, does she have a plan? Does Labour have a plan? And Mr. Speaker, if the bench is opposite could curb their enthusiasm and listen to what I was about to say next, I was going to concede that it's clear they do have a plan. And their plan, their great idea, is to do what the government is already doing. Mr. Speaker, which is why we are bucking the European trend when other countries are seeing 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 100% increases in their illegal arrivals. We are seeing a third reduction in ours, bucking the trend. We have always said, Rwanda and the deterrent effect of the Rwanda plan is an important tool in our toolbox. We have never claimed it was the only tool in our toolbox. We have pursued, and when I say we, I of course mean my right honourable friend, the Immigration Minister, with me watching him from King Charles Street, but the collective we is appropriate here. We have always pursued a range of options, and as I set out in my statement, those activities are having an effect. And Mr. Speaker, my final point, the mask has slipped. The mask has slipped because the glee that I detect on the other benches for this temporary setback on the delivery of this plan displays what we on our side of the House know to be true. They don't want migration control to work. They don't want to take control of their own borders. They would rather delegate it to anybody else.
Just sorry. I want to hear the Home Secretary. I don't need the front bench. You may pull your face. The bottom line is I want to hear it quietly, because our people also at home, our constituents wants to hear it. When you're chunnering so loud, they cannot. Home Secretary.
Indeed.
In which case, Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all welcome my right honourable friend to his new position. The Home Office is a great Department of State, and I hope he will enjoy his time there as much as I enjoyed my time as Home Secretary. Can I ask my right honourable friend to confirm that the judgment that the Supreme Court made today was not contingent on the ECHR? Indeed, the fundamental judgment was made regardless of the ECHR.
Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to my right honourable friend and predecessor. She was a fantastic and long-served Home Secretary. I intend to try and compete with her on both of those metrics. But she makes an incredibly important point. We look very closely at the judgment. The judgment draws our attention to work that we can do, working with our partners in Rwanda, to address the court's concerns about people being returned to unsafe countries. That is where we will address our focus, because that will be the pathway to ensuring that Rwanda stays a key element of our basket of responses to illegal migration. She was right.
No. I'll listen to the SNP spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We on these benches were very glad to see the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court today, and it really is quite ridiculous for the new Home Secretary to come here today to tell us that his predecessor's dream will never die. It's gone. Give it up. Do something else instead. And before the extremists on his own benches start to blame the European Convention on Human Rights, the Supreme Court Judge Lord Reid was very clear that it's not just about the ECHR, it's about the Refugee Convention, it's about the UN Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment, it's about the UN International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as well as our own domestic legislation in this place. The Supreme Court made clear that Rwanda is not a safe country. At the very heart of the judgment today is the principle of non-refoulement, which means that people must not be sent back into harm's way. And the UNHCR provided very compelling evidence of Rwanda doing so, even after they signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the UK, as well as in their earlier deal with Israel. They pointed out that they had rejected claims from countries such as Syria, Yemen and Afghanistan. Absolutely ludicrous that those claims could be rejected. And it also pointed to the lack of integrity in Rwanda's own systems. It is a serious problem, one that the Minister claims today that he wants to fix, but he should focus his attentions instead on fixing his own department's multiple failings. So what are now for the Illegal Migration Act and for the people who will be left in immigration limbo now without any recourse to claiming asylum. This incompetent Tory government can't yeet them back to Rwanda and it won't process their claims. So what happens to this group of people? Mr. Speaker, the solution to this does not lie in puncturing the market and rubber dinghies. It is in creating functioning, safe and legal routes. In the first half of this year, the largest group in small boats were Afghans. Afghans, proof positive that the schemes that the government claims exist just aren't working. Mr. Speaker, many people make these dangerous journeys because they have no other options. This remains the reality, whoever the Home Secretary is. So I ask, when will he stop wasting public money chasing fantasies? Around £1.4 million at least on just the legal challenges, never mind the rest of this incompetent scheme. When will he create a system which treats the world's most vulnerable with the dignity and respect that they are due to build their lives here in the UK? The Immigration Minister hasn't even given Glasgow's MPs the meeting he promised to discuss the people that they are about to make homeless through their bulk processing. So I ask him, if he will not do his responsibilities, take his responsibilities seriously on immigration, on refugees, will he at least allow Scotland to have the right to do so, because we want to welcome people to the world?
Home Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, on the honourable lady's final point, if Scotland wants, in practical, if the Scottish Government, not the Scottish people, if the Scottish Government wants, in practical terms, to be more generous to people seeking refuge here, they can do so. They can do so. In my experience, they choose not to. With regard to the work that we are doing, in my statement, I made clear the various work strands that we are doing in close cooperation with countries around the world to address all elements of the illegal migration pipeline, including the interrupting the logistics around this evil practice. And it is working. It is working. And I draw her attention to the fact that many other countries around Europe, countries that we have close working relationships with, are seeing significant increase in their illegal arrivals in stark contrast to the reductions that we are seeing here in the UK. And she talks about a number of things, but ultimately I'm drawn to the remarks that the court made about refoulement. And it says that structural changes in capacity building needed to eliminate the risk of refoulement may be delivered in the future, and that is exactly what we are seeking to address.
Okay. Dame Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome my right honourable friend and neighbour from Essex to the great position of Home Secretary, and I wish him well in all his endeavours on this incredible and very incredibly difficult issue. He's actually just touched on the whole issue with regards to the Supreme Court's decision on refoulement. And their judgment was clear on this issue today, but it's not new, and it has been raised earlier on this year in the Court of Appeal. And if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, ministers have had the opportunity to address some of these practical measures and means thus far prior to today's judgment. So can I please urge the Home Secretary to take every necessary step and measure to work with the government of Rwanda on the practical and operational delivery of this policy around the Economic and Migration Partnership, to give all those assurances, because this partnership is absolutely clear, is integral to making sure that we can break that model, the business model, of stopping the evil trade of people smuggling. And if we can address this principle, this will go a long way to bringing in this essential deterrent in the illegal migration battle.
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, my long-standing friend, my right honourable friend and predecessor is absolutely right in the point that she is making. We will break the people smuggling gangs. We will undermine their business model. We will pursue all the various work streams that she will be familiar with from her time in this fantastic office. And in parallel to that, just as she has suggested, we will work, indeed we are already working in response to the comments made by the lower courts. We are already working to address the issues that were raised by judges in lower courts to ensure that we can prove what they need to see, which is that we will remove the risk of refoulement.
Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman on his new role? This morning at the Home Affairs Select Committee, David Neal, the Independent Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration, told us that the biggest challenge facing the Home Office is being professional, maintaining objectivity, being fair and understanding human rights. The Inspector also said that what keeps him up at night is the question of who is protecting our borders and are they doing that to the best of our collective abilities. I just wondered, could the Home Secretary just tell us whether today's ruling on Rwanda proves or disproves Mr Neal's concerns?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is responsible for protection of this country, and it's a role and responsibility we take incredibly seriously. It is the primary function of governments. And in this statement and in the other statements that I intend to make and the ministers and the department will make from the dispatch box, we will show the House and the country that we take on this side of the House this responsibility incredibly seriously, and we will take whatever action is necessary to ensure the protection of the people of this country and the borders of this country. It would be helpful, frankly, if the party opposite would break the habit, seemingly of a lifetime, and actually once in a while vote to support the actions that we take.
Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As well as welcoming my right honourable friend most warmly to this post, something where his and my former London Assembly constituents in Bexley and Bromley are massively proud to see him, may I congratulate him upon the tone and the manner of his statement. Because it is right, as a law or as a rule of law country, that we respect the decisions of the courts, however they go. The Supreme Court was asked a legal question and it gave a legal answer. Does he agree that it's quite clear that this decision is essentially fact-specific, applied to well-established legal principles, and the solution is, first of all, to look at the way in which those facts can be rectified to make it compliant?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend, my long-standing friend and former South East London representative is absolutely right. Their lordships told us what we need to do to address their concerns. We intend to do what they said needs to be done. We will address their concerns. We will operationalise this plan. We will break the business model, and we will stop the votes.
Ben Bradshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2% of those claiming asylum in this country are LGBTQI plus people fleeing countries where just being themselves can be a death sentence. Does he agree with his predecessor that they're pretending?
If the honourable gentleman wants to know my views on things, he can ask me my views on things rather than ask me to comment on other people's views.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the new Home Secretary to his place as well and share his disappointment at the judgment this morning? As we've heard, the Supreme Court focused on the principle of non-refoulement, and hopefully that can be addressed in a new treaty and perhaps will be made more robust if we can work jointly with other European partners who have expressed an interest in a Rwanda-type scheme. But can I ask him, why was this not considered in the original Rwanda treaty, and which law officer was responsible for giving legal advice to the Home Office about how it might stand up to challenge in the court?
Which former law?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman knows that government legal advice is for informing the decision-making of ministers. It's not appropriate, and we will not discuss government legal advice at the dispatch box. He knows that. The point is, of course, we do always prepare for a range of eventualities. As I said in my statement, we recognise that this was one of the decisions that might come from the courts. We listened carefully to the statements made by the judges at the lower courts, and we have already started to take action in response to the concerns that they have raised.
Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I also welcome the new Home Secretary to the dispatch box? He's got a difficult job, but it's in everyone's interest that it should be done well. Can I also welcome that part of his statement where he says, "We are not going to put forward proposals simply to manufacture an unnecessary row for short-term political gain." That much, at least, will be a refreshing change. But he should be aware that his honourable friend, the member for Ashfield, the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, is reported as having told ITV that the Prime Minister should ignore the laws following the Supreme Court decision. Will he dissociate himself from these comments?
Home Secretary.
The government, this country, prides itself on being a law-abiding country. So to hear the government's position on things, listen to the statements of government ministers. I have made it clear. We respect the judgment. We respect the judgment. We listen carefully to the comments made by their lordships and, of course, the lower courts. We will respond indeed. As I say, we are already responding to the comments they make to make sure that the actions that we take when the Rwanda scheme is operationalised are in strict accordance with international law.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Home Secretary explain to those of us who are not experts in this area why it is that people who arrive illegally on our shores from a safe nearby country cannot immediately be returned to that safe nearby country? Clearly it would be in breach of certain laws, so can he set out perhaps in a statement what those laws might be?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, receiving countries have got to consent. That is at the nub of this, and which is why it is so very important that the ministers of the department, particularly the immigration minister, has spent so much time working with those countries from whom we have traditionally received illegal migration, including France, but others, most notably in terms of the statistics, Albania, where we have developed an excellent working relationship. And this is where I will claim a bit of credit, because my right honourable friend, the immigration minister, and I had something of a tag team with government in Tirana. And we are seeing the success that comes about from pragmatic but determined relationships with European partners and others. And I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for that work.
Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too warmly welcome the Minister to his post, not least because I know people in the Foreign Office who were rather sad to see him go. However, can I try that question again? What does he think about the 2% of people who claim asylum on the basis of their sexuality because they face massive persecution and death threats in their own country? Does he think that they're pretending to be lesbian, gay or bisexual? And if he does, will he provide the evidence for that?
Home Secretary.
He will know. You can't prove a negative. That's a fallacy. The point is that in my former role, and I thank him for the kind words he said about my time as Foreign Secretary, he will know, because he's clearly got a mole inside my old organisation, he will know how passionately I pursued the rights of LGBT people around the world, including having some very, very difficult conversations where necessary. I absolutely want to make sure that those people are protected, but we should also recognise that bad people hide amongst good people. Sometimes people lie to take advantage of the goodwill of others. The point is nonsense to suggest that everybody who is suffering from persecution or claiming to suffer persecution because their sexuality is lying, and I certainly would never say that, but we do need to make sure, as we do with any process, as we do with any system, we need to make sure that people aren't attempting to abuse the process, because it limits our ability to help those who genuinely are in need. And I recognise that the LBGT, what did I say? LGBT. He knows what I mean. He knows what I mean. Do face genuine persecution around the world. Do face genuine persecution around the world. We do want to support and help them.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And listening to a lot of the Supreme Court judgment earlier today, it was encouraging, particularly around the actual principle of what we're looking to do with Rwanda being offered, and yet again a High Court endorsing that. But of course, as was touched on earlier, a lot of this turned on the facts, and in particular the facts relating to refoulement, i.e. the transfer to another country that may see those transferred to Rwanda return to a country where they would face persecution. So can I test him on what work he is doing with, we look at, for example, the Home Office's decision-making capability to help Rwanda build up its decision-making capability, and also what we may be doing with our own judiciary to look at working with Rwanda's judiciary to address some of the Supreme Court's points on that area.
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to my right honourable friend. He should deserve to be right honourable friend. Because I know that he did a lot of the work on this very subject. And it goes to the heart of how we operationalise the Rwanda plan, because their lordships set out exactly the point he raised, and it is about capacity building. It is about professionalising their system. I've had exchanges this morning with my Rwandan opposite number, who I've met before. The Rwandans are keen partners to build and strengthen their institutional structures. They see us as a key partner in achieving that, and together we will work to operationalise this. And as I say, I pay tribute to the work he did on this very issue.
Joanna Cherry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Supreme Court's judgment has put paid to the lazy, ill-informed argument that it's the European Convention on Human Rights, and only the European Convention on Human Rights, that's blocking this government from dealing effectively with asylum and immigration. His government has spent 2 years formulating a policy that's proven incompatible with a multitude of international treaties to which the UK has signed up, and numerous provisions of our domestic law. And the Supreme Court were very clear about that. So my question for the Home Secretary is, when is he going to explain to his backbenchers that the UK government's response to this judgment must be to produce a humane asylum policy that works, not an effort to try and overcome the vital checks and balances of the rule of law and human rights law that stymie bad policy decisions and protect human rights?
Madam Speaker, our immigration policies, as I said, laid out by the figures that I ran through in my statement, is having the positive effect that we committed to. We are bringing down small boat numbers, we are bringing down the need for hotel places, etc., etc. And I've said in my statement that their lordships have set out the route to successfully operationalising the Rwanda scheme. It is through addressing those concerns about refoulement. We will focus on what we need to achieve to unlock this. We recognise that this is a constant battle against criminals. And just with all constant battles against criminals, we focus on what's effective and what's right. The lordships have set out exactly what that is, and that's what we will focus on.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Speaker, can I welcome my right honourable friend genuinely to his place in the dispatch box. A believer in speaking softly and carrying a big stick is always a very good way of behaving. Can I say to him that no reference. Can I just say to him that I also fully agree with all of his intentions and the direction of travel that he wants to go to settle this issue in terms of the proper organisation such that these concerns are therefore dealt with in the courts. And I do say to him, does he not agree with me, those who greet this judgment with glee need to remember that people are dying in the Channel trying to cross in the boats. But I ask him to ask his right honourable friend, the attorney, at some point to come to the dispatch box in due course to reflect on the judgment, because it does appear to me that this is much wider than the migration judgment, because we're now linking directly to applicability in UK law agreements that were made with the UN that were never bound into UK law. Now, whether one wants it or not, that does widen the whole issue of what then becomes justiciable. I'd be grateful if she would then come at some point and deal with that issue.
Home Secretary.
I once again thank my right honourable friend for his kind words, and my focus in this role is making sure the department is highly effective in protecting the British people and protecting our borders. It's not about trying to look tough, it's about trying to deliver for the British people, and that will be my relentless focus. The Attorney General, my right honourable friend, reminds me that her advice, like all very good in-house lawyers, is limited to the client, which is Her Majesty's government. But I have no doubt that I can persuade her to meet in a private basis with my right honourable friend.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to welcome the Home Secretary to his new role. I'm sure he would want to join with me expressing gratitude to all those in our public services who came here as refugees and make such a fantastic contribution to our country. At the heart of this case are a series of asylum seekers, one of whom I know has been confirmed as a victim of trafficking. He's been stuck in an asylum hotel since May 2022. As yet, the government has not even begun to look at his claim for asylum. So can the Home Secretary tell us when his department will actually begin to process the claims of these people and actually get on with finding out whether or not they are illegal asylum seekers, or is he just going to continue with the charade that he can make Rwanda workable?
Secretary.
I don't have details of the individual case that she raises, so I can't comment on the specifics of that. But I will remind her and the House that as part of the Prime Minister's 10-point plan, reducing or eliminating that historic backlog of case files was a commitment. At the start of this process, it stood at 91,000, and it has now been reduced to less than 30,000. So we are delivering. So we are delivering on our commitment to work through that backlog of cases. It was one of the areas. It was one of the areas that we committed to. We are delivering on it, and we will pursue all the elements of our plan.
I would urge colleagues to be brief in their questions so that the Home Secretary can be brief in return, because we have a very packed agenda today and I want to make every effort to get everyone in. Sir Simon Clarke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should add my own congratulations to the Home Secretary on his new role. The key word, it seems to me, is time today, because we cannot keep relitigating this question to achieve what seems to be an ever-moving target in terms of what the courts want us to achieve. Our constituents sent us here with a very clear message to sort the small boats issue. Parliament has passed legislation to sort this issue. Can my right honourable friend be specific as to the point at which the attempts by the government to recondition the agreement with Rwanda into treaty form will elapse, and a notwithstanding clause of the kind that my honourable friend from Harborough has set out will become the only tool by which we can actually ensure that the will of this House takes effect, because we cannot allow this cycle to continue indefinitely.
I did just say brief. I'll just remind people of that. Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I listened very carefully to my right honourable friend's comments. We are absolutely determined to maintain the deterrent effect of the Rwanda scheme. To an extent, it is already demonstrating utility by the fact that we know, anecdotally, and I'm not going to over-interpret these figures, that we know the fear of this as part of our arsenal is already having a deterrent effect, which is exactly what it was designed to do. National governments can't just vote themselves out of international commitments, and they are things I recognise as a former Foreign Secretary are incredibly powerful tools as we try and do good around the wider world. But I give him this commitment. We remain relentlessly focused on making sure that we continue to drive down these small boat crossings using the full range of capabilities at our disposal.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State is right to prioritise, the government's right to prioritise illegal immigration and ending it as a priority. However, in his statement today, I think I counted 6 times he talked about having a plan. The only word he left out of that was a cunning plan, because his plans seem to be as workable, effective and chaotic as Baldrick would have suggested in the Blackadder series. But it's no laughing matter, because whilst the plans are not working, there's still pressure on our infrastructure, there's still criminal gangs profiting from people's misery, and and people who use illegal routes are being disadvantaged. Will the Secretary of State give us a commitment that if the European Court of Human Rights continues to be a barrier to the will of this House, that the government will take action and will ignore the demands of the Human Rights Court?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman I have a huge amount of respect for. He knows that. I know he believes that. One of the points that I took from the judgment today is it's not just about the ECHR. Their lordships set out a number of international commitments that we have made, but they also set out what we need to do to get the Rwanda plan up and running, and it's on a very specific legal point, which we are already in the process of addressing. And I would respectfully disagree with him, because small boat arrivals are down as opposed to almost everywhere else in Europe where they are significantly up. The use of hotel bed spaces is down because of the arrangements that we have put in place. The speed of processing has increased, and the volume of processing of asylum claims has significantly increased. So there are always multiple strands to this plan, as set out in the 10 points that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, put forward, and they are having the desired effect, and we will just keep working to deliver on our commitments.
Damien Green.
Deputy Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that one of the glories of our parliamentary democracy is that governments have to obey the law the same way that individual citizens or corporations have to obey the law? And does he also agree that those looking at the judgment carefully, thinking that there is a simple one lever to pull solution, are going to be disappointed?
Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to quote a very wise woman, Georgia Maloney, who herself is quoting an even more wise woman, Margaret Thatcher, is that this is a constant battle. This is a constant battle, and in that battle, both domestically and internationally, one of the real strengths, and I saw this as Foreign Secretary, one of our real strengths on the international stage is that when we speak, when we demand other countries abide by the rule of law, we are taken seriously because of our posture on this. And we will continue to ensure that we abide by the rule of law, while simultaneously, and we have proven we can do both, while simultaneously delivering on the commitments we made to drive down illegal migration and stop the boats.
Chiomora.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to welcome the Home Secretary to his new position. 1/5 of my constituency casework comes from his new department, and it is a catalogue of human misery. Just one very brief example from the hundreds I could give. Asylum application made December 2020. Interview November 2022, still waiting for a decision, has 2 young children, has twice attempted suicide, a huge cost to them, the NHS and the police. Will he just get a grip and stop making magical thinking and just fix his department and the asylum process.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely sympathise with the frustration that her constituent must feel, and it's reflected in the frustration that I detect in her question. But I remind her and the House that we never claimed that the Rwanda deal was the totality of our response to this issue. We made a commitment to increase the speed of decision-making and drive down the backlog, and we have demonstrably done that.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents are disappointed by the judgment today, but will be heartened by the government's commitment to stop the boats. But they're impatient. As the government threatens to take over RAF Scampton, they're impatient the boats are stopped as soon as possible. I understand his plan is to upgrade the treaty with Rwanda. Can he advise the House how long will that take? Will that be potentially subject to legal challenge? And if so, how long could those legal challenges take?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not able to give certainty on timelines. I wish that I could, but she will know. She will know that I have a constituency interest in getting this right. RAF Wethersfield, on my own constituency, is being used as a refugee, as an asylum centre. In my conversations in constituency capacity with my right honourable friend, we discussed the need to drive down the demand for accommodation, whether it be at Scampton, whether it be Wethersfield, or indeed anywhere else. The best way of closing down Wethersfield, not needing Scampton, is to stop the boats, and we are relentlessly focused on doing so. And indeed, my honourable friend understands we are relentlessly focused on doing so for all the reasons I've discussed earlier.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Home Secretary to his position, and I also welcome the court judgment this morning. But what I noticed in his statement was a complete lack of empathy as to why people seek asylum in the first place, why people risk their lives and risk everything to try and cross a dangerous channel to get to what they hope to be a place of safety. He's right to confirm that there is a global rise in the number of refugees, massively. Shouldn't all governments be working together to address the causes of that, the poverty, the wars, the human rights abuses, and all of those issues? And will he confirm that this country will not walk away from the very important advances made over the last decades by the existence of the European Court of Human Rights to improve human rights, not perfect, but improve them all across Europe, including in this country?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the right honourable gentleman tempts me to refer back to my previous role as Foreign Secretary, and I can assure him and the House that a huge part of the work that is done by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office are on exactly those issues, addressing climate change so that rural farmers in the developing world have crops that they can grow, sell and eat, reducing the risk of conflict, of persecution. We are addressing the drivers, but the idea that somehow we can uninvent illegal migration, I have to say to the right honourable gentleman, is naive beyond belief. So we do have to also address the fact that people are abused by criminals, they are used as a product to smuggle, and we have to break the business model of the people smugglers, as well as addressing the issues that drive people away from the countries that they originated.
David Jones.
Speaker, may I add my voice to the general welcome to my right honourable friend. He's told the House that his department had anticipated the decision of the Supreme Court that was announced today. That being the case, can he tell the House if he's made an assessment as to whether legislation will be necessary in order to remedy the problems that have been identified? And if so, when would he anticipate being in a position to introduce that legislation?
Home Secretary.
I can assure my right honourable friend that as a thoughtful and proactive department, the Home Office, and I can't claim credit for this because much of this work was done before my arrival, But of course, the department looks seriously at the range of potential outcomes from this judgment. We've already set in place the work to turn the MOU into a treaty, thus by addressing some of the concerns of their lordships. And the Prime Minister and I have both made it clear that if there needs to be legislative work domestically in order to ensure we do this, we are unafraid of putting that forward.
Clive Efford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know from my recent visit to Culve School that they will welcome their former pupil to his new role, as I do. Can I urge him to resist calls from people on his own benches to remove us from the Convention on Human Rights? Because if we were to do so, a serious criminal or someone who means us harm, such as a terrorist, so someone suspected of terrorism, who seeks to hide overseas, could legitimately claim that their human rights could be violated if they were extradited back to the UK if we were outside of that convention. How is that taking back control of our borders?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman, and I'll take the opportunity to go back to my old school and get their congratulations directly at some point in the future. I'll let him know, of course, that I'll be treading in his hallowed turf. Well, the point is, he invites me to be distracted, and I refuse to be distracted. I will focus on what we need to do to achieve it. Their lordships, in their judgment, set out the route to operationalising the Rwanda scheme, the Rwanda plan. I'm going to focus on what they have told us will resolve the sticking point in this. There was much in this judgment to be welcomed, including, of course, all the other elements about the fundamental soundness of this policy. Will focus on the thing that will unlock the operationalisation of this plan.
Sir Edward Lee.
But how long will this Rwanda treaty take to actually get through? How long will it take to have the court case, get the judgment, and the whole thing crawled over again by human rights lawyers? Meanwhile, my right honourable friend is a victim of all this in his constituency at Wethersfield, as I am in RAF Scampton, our failure to stop the boats. Now, he's a thoroughly nice chap. I feel that he feels my pain. And therefore, once this court case over Scampton is decided in the next week or two, will he meet with me so that we can work together to get up to £300 million worth of levelling up at Scampton, whatever the result of that court case?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm always delighted to meet my honourable friend. He will know that, of course, I'm now in a position where I have to be careful in terms of the commitments I make, certainly about RAF Wethersfield. I do not intend to abuse my position as Home Secretary, but what I am absolutely committed to do is to drive down the need for RAF Scampton, RAF Wethersfield, just as we have driven down the need for hotel accommodation. I am absolutely committed to that, but of course I will meet him.
We do need to speed up if we're going to get everybody in. Claire Hannah.
Warmly welcome the Minister to his new role. The UK is absolutely entitled to create a bespoke policy, and he referred to his constructive work with Albania. But does he understand, unlike his predecessor, that policy must be compatible with facts and the law, that it should focus on the chaotic processing he has inherited and funding the public services that he says are under pressure? And can I confirm that he also acknowledges that the ECHR is a fundamental cornerstone of the Good Friday Agreement, and that abandoning it would not be compatible with the government's commitment to Northern Ireland?
Home Secretary.
Once again, the honourable lady has asked me to comment on something in parallel to the things that I set out, but my commitment to her and the House is we are going to focus on the things which will unlock this strand of our work. I can give her, I can't give her, or indeed anyone else in the House, guarantees of timescales, but we are already being effective on processing, on driving down the need for hotel accommodation, on speeding up the decision making, all of which are part of the basket of activities which are helping us be a positive outlier when compared with our European partners.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a lot of tinkering going on here. Actually, the real problem is parliamentary sovereignty, and the rule of law, which my honourable friend referred to, is at the heart of this. If the law is clear and express and use the notwithstanding provision, it will deal with all the matters, as I did in an amendment a few years ago. The further point, if I may say, before the Attorney General jumps in, is to say that if we get the law right, we can then deal with what is effectively an international problem, and at the same time distinguish between economic illegal migrants and the proper refugees.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would caution the House grasping for silver bullet solutions. Sometimes the most effective government policy is just focus and graft. And I can assure the House, the Home Office, the ministers within it and the officials will be relentlessly focused on just the daily work that needs to be done to address this issue. We, of course, will look at what changes we need to make to operationalise the Rwanda scheme, but I would urge against people grasping for silver bullet solutions. They rarely are effective.
Kerry McCarthy.
The Rwanda scheme is callous, inhumane and ineffective. One might say the same about the former Home Secretary, and that's why I welcome the new Home Secretary to his post on the grounds that he couldn't possibly be any worse. I hope that he will consider the ethical dimension of this. The court has just ruled that Rwanda is not a safe country. But even if he doesn't he simply agree that it is not workable, it is not a good use of money, it will take a huge amount of effort to get to a place when anyone gets sent to Rwanda? Aren't there much better ways of pursuing this issue and destroying the small boats model?
Home Secretary.
Again, it's easy to criticise. It's easy to criticise ineffectually, and this is what I sadly hear from opposition benches far too often. No credible alternatives, just criticism. And the point is, we are pursuing a number of work streams which are already proving to be effective, which is why our numbers are going down at a time when almost all, indeed all of our European partners, are seeing illegal arrivals going up. So, we will continue working on multiple strands. We will continue pursuing the Rwanda plan, and at a point in time when the Labour benches finally decide to vote for something rather than against something, we will listen. But that day hasn't happened yet, and I am not suspecting it's going to happen anytime soon.
Let's get briefer. David Simmons.
Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the tone and the content of my right honourable friend's statement. Does he agree with me that in addition to the commitment to the ECHR, which is very much treasured by the settled refugee communities in my constituency, that this is an opportunity to reinvigorate the work with France, which has done so much to bear down on those numbers of small boat crossings in the way that he's described?
Home Secretary.
I can assure him and the House that we are doing extensive work with France. I once again pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the Immigration Minister, and it is working. This is the point, it is working, and therefore we will continue to pursue it.
Thank you. Chris Stevens.
Deputy Speaker, could the Home Secretary please answer the question from Honourable Friend for Glasgow Central? When are we going to get a meeting of Glasgow MPs with the Home Office to discuss those successful refugees who have been granted status? And can he say more widely what discussions he's having with local authorities across the UK on rehousing successful refugees?
Home Secretary.
My understanding is the officials from my department meet regularly on these issues. If there are specific cases, please bring them to my attention.
Neil O'Brien.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome my honourable friend to his place, and I welcome his comments on the unfairness of illegal immigration for those who have come here legally. But the Supreme Court's verdict this morning is extremely comprehensive and reveals not just one obstacle but multiple obstacles to deporting people from this country. And if we want to deter the small boats, we need to be able to remove significant numbers of people extremely quickly. Given the comprehensive nature of this judgment this morning, can I encourage my right honourable friend against an incremental approach? It's clear from this ruling that we need to do something stronger now. We chose in the IMA not to take notwithstanding provisions. I think we do need them now.
Secretary.
I hear the point he makes about a powerful deterrent. We are absolutely committed to that. But I do say again, there are, in circumstances challenging as this, there are very rarely, and in my whole time in government and in politics, I've never once yet come across a silver bullet solution. We have to pursue all our lines of effort, and I give him my assurance we will continue to do so.
Hal Williams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, wouldn't the money wasted on the Rwanda plan have been more usefully spent on massively improving the application process to reduce illegal immigration and establishing safe and legal routes to reduce the number of small boats?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm wondering whether the microphones are working. There's been a tenfold increase in the pace of asylum processing this last year. We are increasing it. They are not mutually exclusive. We are doing all of them.
Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, great to have the Home Secretary in his new role and to hear his confirmation that small boat arrivals are down not just by a fifth but now by a third, and his confirmation to find a treaty to resolve the remaining legal issues on the Rwanda deal. Will my right honourable friend also encourage his officials to share the data on asylum applications that are over a year old, so that with members of Parliament, so that we can prepare with our local councils housing solutions in advance?
Secretary.
I will absolutely take that idea on board. We want to do everything we can to make sure this process is as quick and as smooth as possible.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you. The European Convention was developed to ensure that governments would never again dehumanise and abuse people's rights with impunity. So can the Secretary of State tell us, does the threat of revisiting international relationships really mean his government are ready to unpick international relationships and treaties, including the ECHR, so they can demonise with impunity those fleeing persecution and conflict? Because we say never again.
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, members have asked me the same question over and over again, and I hate doing this, but I will refer the honourable lady to the answer I gave some moments ago.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend to his new role, and I agree with him. Today we saw the opposition mask slip. They have no wish to tackle this, but that's not surprising when their policy is to pass the numbers decision to the Leader of the Opposition's mothership in Brussels. My constituents are absolutely fed up, and they want, could he speak directly to them and address their concerns? Nothing will be off the table to get this sorted quickly.
The benches opposite are devoid of ideas. They criticise, but they put nothing forward. Their best plan is to do a list of things that we are already doing, but objecting to other things that we are going to add to that basket of tools. That is why I can reassure her and her constituents we, unlike them, will remain focused on serving the British people, stopping the boats.
Stephen Farry.
Thank you. Back to the issue of the European Convention on Human Rights. So the Home Secretary has not been clear on this point. Does he recognise that if the UK was to renounce the Convention or tamper with it, it would undermine the Good Friday Agreement, particularly around human rights and policing and justice? It would also undermine the policing and justice cooperation aspect of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement and leave the UK in the company of Belarus and Russia.
Home Secretary.
I'm well aware of the implications of the European Court of Human Rights. I keep being invited to comment on something rather than the text in my statement. I have made it clear the government's position that we are focusing our attention on what we believe will unlock this important strand of a multi-strand approach to illegal migration.
Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. He'll agree that the control of our borders is a defining issue for millions of people. So when the Prime Minister says, if necessary, I am prepared to revisit our domestic legal framework, could we sharpen that up a bit to say we will revisit our domestic legal framework and we will do so on multiple fronts in a timely way?
Secretary.
Well, we are focused on delivering for the British people, delivering quickly. As I say, we've always had a multi-strand approach, and we will make sure that the domestic legislative framework is fit for purpose and will ensure that we can deliver on our commitment to stopping the boats.
Patrick Grady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when and how will he know that his treaties and legislative changes are giving the court the certainty that it demands? Is he going to proactively go to the court for a fresh ruling, or is he going to wait for third-party challenges and the litigation merry-go-round to continue?
Secretary.
I'm not going to set out all the plans for how we will put this in place. We have already started the process for turning the MOU into a treaty. We are focused on addressing the specific issues raised by their lordships.
Nick Fletcher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in addition to voting against the government 70 times with regards to stopping the boats, the opposition also speak of natural dispersal when dealing with economic migrants. This means they often end up in Doncaster, where property is cheaper rather than in the leafy suburbs of the Liberal elites. But Doncaster is full. So will the Home Secretary do everything he can to put the Rwanda Treaty through as soon as possible?
Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the point that raised by my honourable friend. It is often the least well-off communities who feel the burden most heavily, and it is our duty to them to address these issues, and I give him the commitment on my recent trip to just outside his constituency, where he going over the border and getting his name wrong, for which I apologise. That I will do exactly that.
Okay. Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning I met with a British Palestinian woman called Wafia. She told me that 30 members of her family have died in the last month in Gaza. She told me about her cousins who so far survived but are utterly traumatised and completely terrified. Now, should those cousins and their children somehow make it to these shores, albeit on the only route given to them by this government, i.e. the dangerous small boats crossings, is he seriously telling me he could look these people in the eye and tell them not only will they not be joining Wafia, but they'll be going to Rwanda, which is his eventual plan, and they will never be reunited with what remains of their family?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to be drawn on making comments on specific individuals without knowing the circumstances. It would be ridiculous for anyone in the House to try and do immigration processing across the dispatch box like that. Of course, I recognise, I've seen the pain and suffering that the Palestinian people in Gaza are experiencing. We have got family reconciliation schemes as part of our safe legal routes, but I'm not going to make specific comments on individual cases, and the reason why I won't is obvious to anyone who gives it any thought.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork want to know clear and simply, as well as looking at our legal framework here in the United Kingdom, will the Home Secretary be willing to disapply international treaties and conventions such as the ECHR and Refugee Convention in order to take back control of our borders, yes or no?
I don't believe those things are necessary, but the point is our focus. We remain focused on what we need to do. And I've said a number of times, there are no silver bullets. This requires constant work, constant vigilance, constant effort, and I commit him and I commit to the whole House. That's exactly what we'll continue to do.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to the Home Office's own figures, it will cost £63,000 more to transport a vulnerable human being to Rwanda rather than let them stay in the UK. So if the government was to scrap this unlawful, inhumane and cruel policy, how much money would that save the taxpayers?
Home Secretary.
I don't agree. I don't agree with those numbers because ultimately, no, I don't agree with his interpretation of those numbers because ultimately it fails to take into consideration the cost to human lives, of not deterring people, putting their lives into the hands of criminals, putting their lives at risk on the open seas in small, dangerous dinghies, and he should be conscious that deterring this evil trade is a human good and something that we should be pursued. I'm amazed that he looks at it purely in pounds, shillings and pence and not in the cost to human life.
David French.
Will friend agree that it's classic Labour double standards that they appear to support the United Nations sending people to Rwanda but don't support the British government doing the same?
A friend of every country except their own, I think.
Thank you. The Home Secretary is clearly under a lot of pressure from his backbenchers on this, but can I remind him that ECHR is entwined throughout many years of devolved Parliament's legislation and indeed Scottish case law. So what assurances can he give that his government will not attempt to weaken or change the ECHR without consent from devolved administrations?
Home Secretary.
Well, with regard to amendments, when I was Foreign Secretary, I made the point that if you want to preserve institutions, they need to evolve. So nothing should be caught in aspic or frozen in amber. But ultimately, once again, she asks me to be distracted from our core effort, which is delivering on our multi-strand approach to attacking illegal migration. I refuse to do so.
Greg Smith.
Speaker, I very much welcome my honourable friend to his position and the clear determination he has shown in stopping the boats. However, speed is the metric by which our constituents will judge us. So once the dust has settled on the judgment, and it's clear whether we need a notwithstanding provision or other legislation, will he bring it to this House with the same speed that we brought things like the Coronavirus Act through so that we can shut down this evil trade of people smuggling?
My honourable friend makes an important point. My commitment, which is absolutely echoed by the Prime Minister, is that we will, of course, look at our domestic legislative framework. We will take action. We have passed one of the most ambitious pieces of legislation, and we are unafraid to do so. This is core. This is core to the lives of the British people and their confidence in the security of their country, and it is actually core to our mission as a government.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Madam Speaker, what the Home Secretary is ultimately arguing for is a system whereby rich Western countries get to pack off asylum seekers and refugees to poorer countries that already bear a vastly disproportionate share of responsibility for sheltering refugees around the world. There is zero evidence that this will work. An abundance of evidence of the harm that it does to the individuals caught up in it. Isn't the point that it's not just illegal, but it's immoral and impracticable?
Secretary.
So what would he do, Madam Speaker? What would he do? Would he just say that every person in the world is a big place and there are lots of people in it? Is he credibly just saying that anybody choosing to come here by any means, including through the hands of evil criminals, should automatically have the right to? It is an untenable position. We are addressing poverty and conflict in the developing world. We are addressing climate change, which is affecting farmers in the developing world. We are doing all those things, but we are also discharging our duty to the British people to protect their borders. And if he doesn't feel that is a function of government, then he is wrong.
Tom Hunt.
Deputy Speaker, 18th of May 2020, the first time I raised this issue in this place. The Rwanda scheme was stuck in the courts for 18 months. Enough is enough. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that in his basket of tools, one of those tools needs to be a deterrent that is robust, and the timescales do matter? I've had enough, and all of my constituents have had enough. This is a matter of critical importance. Does the Home Secretary agree with me?
Home Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would remind him that we are already seeing success, and that success is accelerating because of the measures that we have put in place. He is absolutely right. He is absolutely right. We do need a deterrent for people making those dangerous crossings and a deterrent to the illegal criminals. We are determined to deliver that, and we will do so in the face of the opposition who are desperately trying to prevent us from doing so.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much hope the measures that my right honourable friend has set out will allow us to deliver Rwanda as soon as possible. But will my right honourable friend also look, as I've asked for on a number of occasions, other third countries that we could form partnerships with to deliver more processing overseas in a number of those other locations?
Secretary.
So I can assure my honourable friend that in addition to the conversations that are well progressed with Rwanda, we are having similar conversations with a number of other countries, and indeed our policy is now being adopted in large part by a number of other European countries whose circumstances are considerably worse than ours. We are absolutely leading the field on this issue.
Anna Firth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I warmly welcome my fellow Essex colleagues to his place and wish him every success. I welcome his commitment to a tough but fair policy on immigration. The people of Southend are particularly concerned that if we do not resolve the issue of illegal migration, we're preventing people who have served our country from coming here legally to safety. Does he agree?
Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and a number of people have said about the humanity of this. It should be the elected government of a country who decides who can and cannot come to the country. It should not be criminals. It should not be smugglers. It should not be people who prey upon the weak, because that would be the byproduct of a failure to address this. And this is what we see from the opposition, a complete vacuum where policy should live. And that vacuum encourages illegality and criminality. That is what we're seeking to address.
Brendan Clark-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the Home Secretary to his place and thank him for the outstanding job he did in his previous brief. But Rwanda is a country we do business with. It is a country with a thriving economy, and it is a country the leader of the opposition's football team even promotes as a tourist destination. So, bearing this in mind, could the government consider whether it may be appropriate to add Rwanda to the list of safe countries?
My honourable friend makes a very good point, and one of the few things that the former leader of the opposition and I share is a passion for Arsenal Football Club. But the point is, Rwanda is a country which is developing fast. It is a close partner. They listen carefully when we talk to them and work with them, and I have no doubt that working closely with them, we will bring this scheme into operation and put forward that deterrent, which will be a really important strand of the multi-strand approach we have to illegal migration.
Scott Benton.
I welcome the steady progress being made to close asylum hotels. I'm extremely disappointed that the Metropole in Blackpool has yet to be vacated. This hotel is located in the poorest ward in the entire country, bar none, and the pressure on my local community and public services is absolutely immense. Is the Home Secretary able to give me an assurance that in the next batch of hotel closures, socio-economic conditions will be taken into account and the Metropole will finally be closed?
Secretary.
I listen very carefully to the points he makes, and he reinforces the issue, which I think is absolutely key. It is very, very easy for people to be generous of spirit when it's someone else bearing the burden. And the people in his constituency, the people in the immediate neighbourhood of the Metropole Hotel, as he said, are not wealthy people, and they are the ones disproportionately bearing the brunt of illegal migration, which is why we are absolutely committed to help them and the other people like them around the country by getting a grip of this evil trade and stopping the boats.
I thank the Home Secretary for his statement. Point of order, Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has recently come to light that a Conservative donor firm has been awarded £11.5 million contract to supply RAC-affected schools with temporary classrooms. David Wernick of Wernick Buildings Limited, Tory councillor, previously chairman of the Conservative Association, has donated £71,000 to the Tories and has won government contracts with a combined total of £20 million. I wish I could say it shocks me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but given this government's record, it does not. On the 5th of September, I asked a written question to the Department of Education, asking very specifically for details of the porter cabin providers they contracted to provide this temporary accommodation. I stated clearly that I wanted the names of the firms contracted. In the reply, the member for Wantage, on behalf of the department, failed to provide a substantive and specific answer to my specific question. It is not acceptable, Madam Deputy Speaker, for ministers to reply with obfuscation and avoidance, and I'm increasingly concerned that this is becoming the norm in response to parliamentary questions. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your advice on how members can ensure that in future we get clear, concise and correct responses from the government.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving me notice of her point of order. As I'm sure she knows, the Chair is not responsible for the content of answers to parliamentary questions. Mr Speaker has always made clear that he does want as much transparency and accuracy as possible. The Honourable Lady is fortunate that I believe the Minister would like to make a further, raise a further point of order to that point of order. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was just going to respond to say that I don't know anything about the first point, but on the second point about the companies, I'll ask my honourable friend, the Schools Minister, to write to her and explain which companies are doing that.
Thank you. Okay, so I think basically the Minister has said he's going to provide some further information. I'm sure that if the Honourable Lady does not find that satisfactory, she will come back. But if she wishes to make a further point of order...
Just very quickly, I thank the Minister for that response. If he could please provide whether there was any competition before the award of the contract, that would be really useful. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Okay, I suggest what we don't do at this point is to get into too many details about what is going to be in this response. But I think we've started the ball rolling, so we will await that information to be supplied to the Honourable Lady. And the Treasury bench will have heard what I said about accuracy and transparency. Thank you. Thank you. We'll leave it at that. Order, order. I have an announcement to make about the election of the chair of the Backbench Business Committee. Nominations closed at 1 p.m. for the position of chair of the Backbench Business Committee. Only one nomination has been received, so there will not be a ballot. I congratulate Ian Mearns on his re-election. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
King's Speech. Motion for an address. Adjourned debate on question. Now.
I inform the House that Mr. Speaker has selected Amendment R in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, which will be moved at the start of the debate, and Amendments H in the name of Stephen Flynn, the Leader of the SNP, and K in the name of Sir Ed Davey, which will be moved at the end of the debate. Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats. The question is that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. Colleagues will know that there is significant interest in the debate, so they should expect a very early time limit, if not immediate. That is likely to be 5 minutes. So I want to give warning of that so people can adjust their speeches accordingly, or if they don't wish to speak, to let me know. Question is that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. I call Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper to move Amendment R.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister opened the King's Speech debate just 8 days ago, we had all this briefing about how it was a Rishi reset moment. So much of a flop was it that, having made promises just 8 days ago about the changes his government would deliver, now he's talking about the changes to his government instead. Another reshuffle, another Rishi reset, not change, just more of the same chaos. We remember his conference claim that he was rejecting decades of failure, including the last 13 years of Tory government. And just a month later, he's brought back one of the main Tory architects, the former Prime Minister who cut 20,000 police officers, brought in the bedroom tax and austerity, pushed working families and children into poverty, and it is a sign of the state of the Tory party that the Prime Minister who did all that is now suddenly seen as a moderate. And instead of a government focused on the problems facing the country, the cost of living crisis, record NHS waiting lists, rising town centre crime and serious violence, what we've got from them is just more of the same Tory psychodrama and chaos. Because in the last 7.5 years, we've had 5 Prime Ministers, 6 Chancellors, 7 Health Secretaries, 7 Foreign Secretaries, 8 Home Secretaries, and I think I counted right. 8 Justice Secretaries. It has been a struggle to keep count of the changing Justice Secretaries. 8 Home Secretaries in less than 8 years, and even worse, 2 of them were the Right Honourable Member for Fareham. So unsuited for the job of Home Secretary, she was sacked twice. Once for breaching security rules in government, the second time for undermining security on our streets, attacking the police and undermining respect for decisions they take in the run-up to a difficult weekend, ramping up division around remembrance and making it harder for the police to do their job. Things no other Home Secretary would ever have done. And it shows how little this Prime Minister cares about our security at all, that he was prepared to reappoint her, to defend her and to follow her wherever she led, and now we know why. Because the dodgy deal he denied last year is now laid bare in the former Home Secretary's letter. Here's what she says. Despite you having been rejected by a majority of party members and thus having no personal mandate to be Prime Minister, fair point there, this was a document with clear terms to which you agreed in October 2022 during your second leadership campaign. I trusted you. Well, obviously another sign of her poor judgment. A deal that made him Prime Minister and made him make her the most unsuitable Home Secretary this country has had. And so, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives published their latest crime and justice bill, which has measures in it to tackle antisocial behaviour that Labour called for, I was going to make the point that they've no ideas of their own and they are just following Labour's lead. But I have to concede, members opposite, in fact the Tory party in general, are definitely the experts on antisocial behaviour. The former Home Secretary is throwing rocks and stones. The new Conservative group is making dark threats, going round the parliamentary Tory party, nuisance begging for no confidence letters in the Prime Minister. And the member for South Holland and the Deepings, so desperate to find out how many have gone into the chair of the 1922 committee, he's now camped outside his office. But look, I guess they told us that was a lifestyle choice. And while they fight culture wars with each other, the rest of us are worried about the security on our streets. And the new Home Secretary has said that he briefed that he didn't want to take over this job, but he's agreed to take one for the team. So let me just say to him and to all of their front bench, if he and their ministers don't want to be running the Home Office, don't want to be running the Justice Department and can't see how to do the job, they should get out the way and let those of us who can. Because our country is crying out for a government that actually cares about tackling crime, restoring security to our streets and restoring confidence in the police, rather than a Tory government, just chasing headlines and fighting amongst themselves. They want to tell us that all's fine on the number of police, on the level of crime, but they're badly out of touch, because that's not what it feels like across the country, and nothing in this speech will touch the sides. We've got 10,000 fewer neighbourhood police on our streets. Half the country say they never see a bobby on the beat. Knife crime up by 70%, devastating young lives. Persistent violence against women and girls across our country. And that is the Conservatives' abysmal legacy on law and order. So Labour has set out a mission on crime to halve serious violence, including knife crime and violence against women and girls, to reverse the catastrophic collapse in the proportion of crimes solved, to rebuild confidence in the police and criminal justice system, getting 13,000 more neighbourhood police on the streets and tackling town centre crime. But what do we have in the King's speech? The Crime and Justice Bill includes measures Labour called for long ago, but it doesn't tackle enough of the serious problems our country faces or make up for the damage that's been done. We support making sure that the most serious and dangerous criminals properly serve their time, but frankly, too few criminals are actually caught or charged in the first place. Under this government, more than 90% of crimes go unsolved. And if you commit a crime in this country, the chances of you being caught and punished are less than half what they were under the last Labour government. That is the scale of collapse in law and order under the Tories. So on knife crime, the measures go nowhere near far enough. On violence against women and girls, I'm really concerned. Nothing on spiking, nothing serious on stalking, nothing to turn around the woeful fact that 98% of rapists avoid charge. And the government's sentencing proposals may mean that thousands of domestic abusers whose violence is escalating may actually be let off jail. And there is nothing at all on town centre crime. Shoplifting is up a shocking 25% in a year. Assaults on shop workers tripled during the pandemic and haven't gone down again. This week is Freedom from Fear Week. And I want to thank USDOR and the British Retail Consortium for the work that they are doing to stand up for staff safety and to shine a light on the disgraceful way people are being treated just for doing their jobs. But why isn't the government listening to them? And Labour is. We will change the law, and we will be putting amendments down to the Crime and Justice Bill to ditch the ridiculous £200 rule that stops action being taken against repeat shoplifting gangs, and to bring in a proper new offence of assaulting shop workers, because everyone has the right to feel safe at work. And Madam Deputy Speaker, on issues around national security, on some of the core issues that affect the safety of our nation, we've had in the past broad cross-party consensus. We've worked together in that spirit, and Labour will always stand ready to do so. Security Minister and Shadow Security Minister have done so before, and that is the spirit in which we will work on the National Security Bill. It's also the spirit which we would always have expected to approach the operational independence and impartiality of British policing. The last Home Secretary did undermine that. I hope the new Home Secretary will be able to restore it, because this is too important for us to disagree on. And likewise, the safety and cohesion of our communities, because we've seen tensions increase as a result of the truly awful events in the Middle East. An appalling rise in anti-Semitism, including some disgraceful incidents this weekend, with Jewish communities feeling enormous anguish and distress. And we've also seen an awful increase in Islamophobia. And we've seen the rise of organised far-right thuggery. The police raised their concerns this weekend. And we must be absolutely clear, every one of us in this House, violence and hate crime have no place on Britain's streets, and they must face the full force of the law. We must all back the police in taking the action they need. And I want to thank the police for the work that they are doing, the reassurance work, with synagogues, with Jewish schools, with mosques, the action against the hate crimes which devastate lives and corrode communities. And I would say to the Justice Secretary and to the new Home Secretary, we have called for stronger action to tackle both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and hateful extremism. And again, we stand ready to work with the government and see what we can do to come together to address these serious issues, because there is a responsibility on all of us to bring our communities together. Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, will speak in more detail about Labour's amendment later on in this debate. But every one of us will have been deeply disturbed by the terrible events in the Middle East. We want an end to the devastating violence and suffering. We've seen 11,000 Palestinians have been killed, 2/3 of them women and children, and thousands of innocent children dead, families bereaved, and parents grieving, and it's intolerable. We've seen hundreds of hostages still being held, following the gravest attack on Jewish people on any day since the Holocaust, with Israeli families still experiencing the horror and the trauma as remains of their loved ones are still being identified. And families and communities still reeling from the events. All of us condemn the truly barbaric attack by Hamas terrorists on the 7th of October. And under international law, we respect countries' right to defend their citizens from terrorist attacks, and also countries' obligations to abide by international law. The conduct of war matters. As Anthony Blinken has said at the very start of this conflict, how Israel does this matters. We democracies distinguish ourselves from terrorists by striving for a different standard, even when it's difficult. Our humanity, the value that we place on human life and dignity, that's what makes us who we are. And the rules-based order must not be abandoned. And that's why we must commit to recognising the jurisdiction of the ICC to address the conduct of all parties in this conflict. But it's also why we need an urgent suspension of hostilities, not just a short pause, but as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, has set out, the time and space to get in fuel, food, water, to rebuild vital humanitarian infrastructure, to protect aid workers who are losing their lives on a scale we have never seen before in conflict, to put in place protection for civilians, and to negotiate hostage releases,
and to work towards a full cessation of violence and enduring peace so that lives can be saved and this intolerable suffering can end. And we know that requires immense and complex diplomatic work. It isn't easy. We have words on a page that we will talk about voting on today, but all of us know it's not the words on the page that's how this will be achieved. It will be achieved through step-by-step intense diplomacy and pressure that recognises how difficult this is when Hamas are refusing to agree to stop rocket attacks and their pledge again to repeat the attacks on the 7th of October. And we recognises too that hostages are still being held, but we still have to make urgent diplomatic progress. We still have to do what we can right now to save lives and to make progress in getting hostilities suspended, especially so that humanitarian action can be taken. And we recognise too that the only way forward is a two-state solution with a secure and safe Israel alongside a secure and sovereign Palestine. And my right honourable friend, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, was right to say yesterday that neither the long-term security of Israel nor long-term justice for Palestine can be delivered by bombs and bullets. And that's why it's the responsibility on all of us to urge the UK government to do what it can to strain every sinew in the pursuit of peace.
The original question was that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper, since when Amendment R has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Secretary of State Alex
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first duty of any government, its most serious and solemn responsibility, is to keep its people safe. Since 2010, overall levels of crime are down by more than 50%, domestic burglary is down by 57%, violent crime by 52%, vehicle-related theft by 39%, and the number of young people admitted to hospital following an assault with a knife or other bladed weapon has fallen by 26%. In fact, His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary, Andy Cook, has said that England and Wales are arguably safer than they have ever been. And that's because this government has taken decisive measures, including recruiting 20,000 police officers so that we can cut crime and keep our communities safe. We've made robust punishments available for the worst criminals to keep the most serious offenders in custody for longer, and we've commissioned the biggest prison building programme since the Victorian era. Now, the gracious speech builds on that record with a range of long-term decisions that keeps public protection at the heart of this government's agenda for our country. And I want to start with tackling violence against women and girls, a point that the Right Honourable Lady made. That is a priority for this government, and it's for me personally. But let us just step back to reflect on some of the progress that has been made in the last decade or so. The Right Honourable Lady referred to the offence of stalking, and she said she wanted to see some progress. She will recall that in the 13 years when she was in government, there was no offence of stalking. There was no crime. We are the party that created that crime, so that behaviour described as murder in slow motion could be properly addressed. Then we doubled the maximum sentence. I will give way, yeah.
Wanted to make sure I'd correct him that he may not recall, but in fact I'd put forward one of the first amendments on reform to introduce a stalking law, and it was that same amendment that was eventually taken up in the other place by the Labour Lords and the Conservative government agreed to. So I'm very glad the Conservative government agreed to it, but I think he shouldn't take credit for agreeing to a Labour proposal that I and others put forward.
I am delighted to debate this with the Right Honourable Lady. 13 years and it wasn't on the statute book. When did it come on the statute book? 2012. She had 13 years. She missed her opportunity. This is the party that put it onto the statute book. So not only did we create the offence of stalking, described as murder in slow motion, we doubled the maximum sentence. She then referred to other matters of violence against women and girls. This is the party that created the offence of coercive and controlling behaviour. We are the party that slayed the myth that abuse is only perpetrated with punches, kicks and other physical violence. We know that it isn't, and we acted to outlaw it. We introduced the landmark Domestic Abuse Act 2021, creating a new domestic abuse commissioner and ending abuses such as the ability of DA perpetrators to cross-examine victims. We created a standalone offence of non-fatal strangulation and made clear that the cowardly so-called rough sex gone wrong defence to murder doesn't exist. We delivered radical improvements to the Victims Code to secure entitlements for victims, including the automatic right for eligible victims to be told when a perpetrator is due to leave prison. There is a 24/7 rape support helpline, over 950 ISVAs and IDVAs. We've outlawed upskirting, revenge porn, introduced the most wide-ranging modern slavery legislation probably anywhere in the world. And over the last year, we have built on this work. We have ensured that violence against women and girls is now recognised as a national threat, just like terrorism and organised crime, and it's also included in the strategic policing requirement. When I began, just a moment, can I just finish this point? When I began my career in the courts, violence behind closed doors all too often was passed off and trivialised as a domestic, with no action taken. Not anymore. We see it for what it is: corrosive, cruel, devastating. Those responsible are no longer beyond the reach of the law. Yes, I'll give way.
Can I commend the Secretary of State for bringing this forward? The Secretary of State will know, of course, the figures for Northern Ireland are the worst in the whole of Europe. 27 women have been murdered in Northern Ireland by an intimate partner, relative or family member since 2017. The worst figures, and they're shameful and they're discouraging for all of us. Can I ask the Secretary of State this question? Would he encourage the Department of Justice and the Northern Ireland Assembly back home to follow suit on any legislation in relation to tackling violence against women and girls, so that Northern Ireland is not left behind?
Yes, I absolutely would, and I look forward to the restoration of the Assembly so that these important priorities can be pursued. So let me turn to the issue of rape, which was, I heard, sotto voce from the benches opposite. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2021, we launched a rape review to drive up the criminal justice system's response to this crime. We committed to total transparency on the data, publishing dashboards about reports, charges, receipts in the Crown Court, so that any member of the public at the touch of a button could see what was taking place. We identified levers to drive forward the effectiveness and efficiency of the system, including rolling out technology to ensure that evidence from mobile phone devices could be harnessed rapidly without victims being separated for long periods from what can be a lifeline. We set out ambitions that many commentators thought were unachievable, and we brought government departments together, literally together, sitting around the same table to prosecute our mission on behalf of victims. Now, of course, there is always further to go. But the progress that has been made is very significant. The volume of adult rape cases reaching court since 2019 has doubled. Meanwhile, seeing as the Right Honourable Lady wanted to, how can I put it, put us under the microscope on this, let me make these points. The situation as compared to 2010 is striking. More cases of rape are being prosecuted. The conviction rate is higher. Sentences are longer. And this is important. The proportion of those sentences spent in custody has significantly increased too. And to the political points that the Right Honourable Lady made, I say this. She was in government and voted for the Criminal Justice Act 2003, Section 244, she wants to remember, which made sure that every single rapist was released at the halfway mark. If they were sentenced to 10 years, she voted to ensure that they were released after 5. We have changed that. This is the government that says that is not right, it's not fair on victims, and it's not just. And so she needs to account for her actions as well. We have invested £9.4 million in Operation Soteria, which brings together the police, prosecutors and academics to develop a new approach to rape and sexual offences. There is now a clear expectation that investigations must focus on the suspect's behaviour, not on the victim's supposed credibility. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to the police. Becoming a police officer is a noble calling. To sign up is to commit to running towards danger when others flee. It means engaging with the most threatening people in society, but also the most vulnerable too. That demands judgment as well as skill and integrity. And given the power that officers necessarily wield, it is essential that those who wear the uniform are competent, decent and honest. There are a small minority of officers who fall short of the required standard,
and in recent years some have transgressed in the worst ways possible. This inevitably shook public confidence in the police. Baroness Casey's review into the Met made for deeply concerning reading, and the first part of the Angiolini inquiry is focused on the career of the serving officer who raped and murdered Sarah Everard. Part 2 will look at broader issues in policing and the safety of women. Earlier this year, the government launched a review into police officer dismissals, and the Home Office has recently announced a number of measures to strengthen the system as a result of that review. There will be a presumption for dismissal for those found to have committed gross misconduct, and we are handing back responsibility for chairing misconduct hearings to senior police officers whilst retaining independence in the system. The College of Policing have strengthened the statutory code of practice for police vetting, making the obligations on police chiefs stricter and clearer. This was published in July. And His Majesty's Inspectorate has found that forces have made progress on vetting, for example. They must not let up. All police forces have cross-checked their workforce against the Police National Database to help identify anyone not fit to serve. The National Police Chiefs Council will provide an update on its findings in January. The government will change the law to ensure that all officers who are unable to maintain vetting clearance can be sacked. The Criminal Justice Bill includes a duty of candour, requiring police chiefs to ensure an ethical culture in their forces. And in August, the previous Home Secretary wrote to policing leaders asking them to outline their plans to increase visibility and confidence in local policing and to report back progress by March next year. Madam Deputy Speaker, confidence in policing is not just about individual behaviour, but also about the performance of each force. There is no such thing as a trivial crime. The public expect the police to follow all reasonable lines of inquiry, and the government has secured a pledge from all forces to do so. That pledge applies to all crimes, and the public expect to see improvements in the approach to phone theft, car theft, criminal damage and shoplifting. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the heart of the government's legislative programme for the forthcoming parliamentary session are our plans to keep the British people safe. And our sentencing bill has public protection at its core. And there are two elements to this approach. For people who commit the most horrific murders, such as murder with sexual or sadistic conduct, the public are protected by keeping them where they belong, out of circulation, behind bars for the rest of their life, unless the court finds exceptional circumstances exist. That's how they can be prevented from inflicting any more damage to individuals and to society. And so our bill also means that rapists and those convicted of the most serious sexual offences will serve every day of their custodial term behind bars. That is night and day compared to the regime we inherited in 2010. At that time, a rapist sentenced to 10 years was out in 5. Now, a rapist sentenced to 10 years will serve the full term. I will give way.
I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech and he is doing excellent work. He has not mentioned the crime of terrorism, which is one of the most serious crimes, and he hasn't had a chance to mention the amendments that we will be voting on today. There is grave concern that the greater the loss of civilian life that we see in the Middle East, the greater the likelihood of radicalisation and increased terror both here and at home. So does he agree with me that those of us who do not see that this is the right time to call for a full ceasefire because of the difficulty of giving that ceasefire are not, by doing so, giving a moral blank cheque to Israel to continue with operations in the way they have done so far? And in particular, it is vital to protect civilian lives to prevent future terrorism here and elsewhere.
Look, I think the Honourable Lady puts it well. Anyone who's observed what's taking place cannot fail but to be filled with anguish and distress. So, of course, it's the case that a nation's right to defend itself is a right to do so consistent with international law, and the government is very clear on that. Indeed, I think as are most people in the House, but she puts the point well. And so, protecting the public, which is the theme that I'm seeking to stress, also demands, will you just wait a moment, can I just make a bit of progress and I'll certainly come to him, of course. Protecting the public also demands that we follow the evidence about what works to prevent reoffending. If reoffending goes down, crime goes down. If crime goes down, the public are protected. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Lord Chancellor, who was quite right earlier to reject the attempt at revisionist history from the benches opposite on stalking, where he and I worked very closely together on the initial change in legislation. Does he agree with me that there is an opportunity in the next police crime and sentencing bill to also address something that would help protect some of our young people, which is the issue of spiking? There is a real opportunity to update the 1861 law, give a clear definition of what spiking is, and send a very clear message to all those who might be tempted to do so.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Gentleman? So he's absolutely right. So he did extraordinarily important work in respect of stalking. He understands, as I do, that it is a wicked crime that leaves particularly women feeling very vulnerable. We acted when others didn't, and revisionism is to be deprecated. I strongly agree with him. On the issue of spiking, he is a tremendous campaigner for this. He's right that the legislation that is apt to capture this offence is within the 1861 Offences Against the Persons Act. It does provide police with powers, but he makes a powerful point. He will continue to make them, and we will consider them with care. So if I can just move on. Oh, I'll take one, and then I am going to move on.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He's making an interesting speech. I expect that he will share my disquiet that we presently have 600 vacancies for police in Scotland which are not going to be filled. And an independent counsellor in the Highlands called Matthew Rees, himself a senior retired police officer, said that the thin blue line is going to get thinner. So without these police, you can't do the sort of things that the right honourable gentleman's talking about. In other words, catching the criminals and making people feel secure. Could he, in his capacity, share his best practice with the Scottish Government in the future?
What a very kind offer, and I'm sure that call will be echoed by the benches in front of him. No, we of course would be delighted. We would be delighted to share any best practice. But look, it makes a very serious point. To do all the things we want to do to protect vulnerable people, that requires boots on the ground, that requires police officers. That's why we are proud of the fact that in this jurisdiction the number of police officers stands at or close to an all-time high. And we would, at an all-time high, and we would be happy to commend that approach to our friends north of the border. So I just want to deal with this point. On the issue of public protection, so one, it's taking the most serious offenders out of circulation because that's how we stop them committing crime. But we also want to follow the evidence about what works to prevent reoffending, because that's also how you keep the British people safe. And the evidence shows, not sentiment, evidence. The evidence shows that those on immediate prison sentences of less than 12 months are significantly more likely to reoffend than similar offenders who get sentences in the community. They are over 50%, they are over 50% likely to reoffend, as compared to less than 25% for those who are required to adhere to tough conditions, with the risk of going to prison if they fail to comply. So let me just be clear what that means. That means those who are on suspended sentence orders are required to comply with onerous requirements, be that unpaid work orders, be that alcohol rehabilitation requirements, or whatever, on pain of going straight to prison if they fail to comply. The evidence shows that people see that as a powerful deterrent. I will give way.
Well, my honourable friend will want to comment in that context on persistent offenders, because there are many offenders, he will know, that persistently offend and commit crimes that wouldn't attract a sentence of more than 12 months. The right honourable lady spoke of shoplifting, for example. Criminal damage would be another example. Antisocial behaviour. That 30% persistent offenders commit 80% of crimes. Is he really saying that none of them should go to prison?
On the contrary, and I know my right honourable friend, rightly on behalf of his constituents, wants to ensure that those who destroy lives, who have a corrosive impact on communities, are brought to book. And that's why these provisions have been carefully constructed and calibrated to ensure that those who are unable or unwilling to abide by an order of the court can expect to hear the clang of the prison gate. Not only will, as it were, the proverbial sword of Damocles be hanging over them, but those who commit an offence when they are subject to a court order, be it a supervision order, a community order, a non-molestation order, then the presumption no longer applies. We send a clear message to criminals: obey the order of the court or expect to go to prison. So judges will retain their discretion to impose immediate custody when an offender poses a significant risk of physical or psychological harm to an individual. And this is to the direct point that the right honourable lady made. So that domestic abuse offences
and other violent offences against women and girls can and will continue to be punished with immediate custody, protecting victims. Nothing changes. But for those whose sentence is suspended, the courts will be able to continue to use a range of requirements, including curfews, electronic tags, community payback, and exclusion requirements. And those who do not comply or who commit further offences can be brought back to court and risk being sent to prison. Alongside this, we want to ensure that we have the prison places to keep serious and dangerous offenders locked up for longer, while allowing lower risk offenders to benefit from community-based restrictions to assist with their resettlement, get back into work and start contributing to society where that can be safely managed. And for that reason, we're extending HDC, home detention curfew, to offenders serving sentences of over 4 years and keeping our tough restrictions that prevent serious violent, sexual and domestic abuse offenders from accessing this facility. The Criminal Justice Bill includes measures which deliver on 3 strategic objectives, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, protecting the public from violence and intimidation. Second, enabling law enforcement agencies to respond to changing technology deployed by criminals, including by equipping them with sufficient powers to address emerging types and threats. And third, we're strengthening public confidence in policing. So we will protect the public from violence and intimidation by strengthening the law on taking of intimate images without consent and expanding the offence of encouraging or assisting self-harm. I will give way.
To the Minister, and we used to have happy times on the Justice Committee together when we were little stripling things. But my question is, it sounds good what he's saying. Last year's Public Order Act still hasn't had the amendment that his Right Honourable friend for Harwich and I had put into it for stopping women using abortion clinics having intimidatory protests. It was passed, and that's the only section that's not been enacted. Ealing Council doesn't know whether to renew its temporary order. That's coming up again. Shouldn't have to if that law had actually passed and been enacted now. Can you tell us what to do in Ealing Council and the whole country where women every day face intimidation?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and we did indeed have a productive and non-partisan time on the Justice Select Committee. On the specific important point she raises, my honourable friend in closing will address that point, but essentially in due course. So we will protect the public from violence and intimidation by strengthening the law on the taking of intimate images, as I've indicated. We will increase the multi-agency management requirements on offenders convicted of coercive or controlling behaviour. As I say, not an offence in 2010. We are implementing a further recommendation in the Domestic Homicide Sentencing Review, giving judges the discretion at sentencing to add a statutory aggravating factor for killing connected to the end of a relationship, many of which are committed where there has been a history of coercive or controlling behaviour. That man who says, if I can't have you, no one will, can expect a more serious penalty. Finally, in a moment, just a minute, it is a further insult to families when perpetrators refuse to appear in the dock to face up to the consequences of their actions. So it is quite right that we will give judges the power to order offenders to court and punish those who refuse. I'll give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and he's outlined some measures to protect women who face the really horrific abuse. One of the key areas I've been campaigning on is girls who are associated with gangs, and the fact that those girls are groomed, those girls are used by gang members for really horrific crimes, and those girls are then victimised and imprisoned. Does the Minister not agree that we should have a statutory definition of child criminal exploitation so that those girls don't continue to face that horrific ordeal they go through?
The Honourable Lady makes such an important point. I will, without boring the House with war stories, I remember defending a young woman. She was 17 years old, and she had been abused by her boyfriend, who put her under pressure to hold on to a firearm, a Mac-10 firearm. The police then, of course, arrested her, and she was at risk of a mandatory minimum sentence of 3 years, whereas in effect she had been put under a lot of pressure by her boyfriend. Now, what I would say is that the courts do have discretion to take into account the personal circumstances, and indeed, in that case, where the court found exceptional circumstances, then it was not bound to impose the mandatory minimum. So it's always worth recalling that there is an opportunity in a fair society before independent courts for these important points of mitigation to be advanced. So we are also, to the point she makes, however, about grooming, I want to turn to this issue of protecting children.
In April, the Prime Minister and the former Home Secretary announced a package of measures to tackle child sexual exploitation, grooming and abuse, so that our law keeps pace with criminals' latest warped ingenuity. We are introducing a statutory aggravating factor at sentencing for grooming behaviour in connection to sexual offences committed against those aged under 18 to tackle those involved in grooming gangs. There is also a new child sexual exploitation police task force. That means analysts in every police region, a new complex and organised child abuse database, and tackling organised exploitation programmes have been rolled out, which bring together force-level, regional and national data and intelligence. The Criminal Justice Bill also takes the fight to criminals. Articles used in serious crime, such as templates for 3D printed firearm components and pill presses, will be prohibited. The government has secured from the police agreement to pursue all reasonable lines of inquiry, and this bill creates a power to enter a premises without a warrant to seize stolen goods, such as mobile phones. The operation of serious crime prevention orders will be strengthened to make it easier for police and other law enforcement agencies to place restrictions on offenders or suspected offenders and stop them from participating in further crime. This bill brings further action on the scourge that is knife crime. That includes creating a power to seize, retain and destroy bladed articles found on private property that are likely to be used in connection with unlawful violence. It includes increasing the maximum penalty for sale of prohibited weapons and for selling knives to under 18s. And it includes the creation of a criminal offence to possess a bladed article with the intent to use it in unlawful violence. And to increase the public confidence in policing, the Criminal Justice Bill provides for a duty of candour for policing and gives chief officers the right to appeal the result of misconduct boards to the Police Appeals Tribunal. I want to turn briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Victims and Prisoners Bill. This will enshrine the principles of the Victims Code in law, which provide greater oversight and transparency over how victims are treated, with criminal justice inspectorates undertaking joint inspections on victims' issues when directed to do so. And I would just make the point, as somebody who grappled with the old Victims Code under the party opposite when the Right Honourable Lady was in power, that was a pale imitation of what exists now. Under the code which was in place under Labour, it failed to give victims a right to review, it failed to give victims the right to make a victim personal statement, it only applied to victims of particularly serious crime, and it failed to give any rights to close relatives. Our Victims Code dramatically strengthens the rights of victims. It will be easier for victims of crime to make complaints against the public body by removing the need to go through an MP. It creates a duty on the police to ensure that requests for third-party personal records from complainants are proportionate and necessary, and this measure will apply to victims only. There will be an independent public advocate for the victims of major incidents who will help bereaved families and the injured in the immediate aftermath of a large-scale disaster. I will certainly give way to her in a moment, but not before paying tribute to her and indeed the Hillsborough families and others for campaigning for this. I give way.
Grateful to the Lord Chancellor for giving way, and I know he's taken an interest in the public advocate proposals, but will he agree that they need to be strengthened in order to be effective, and that his proposals as they currently stand are nowhere near good enough to do the job that I and others hope that they could do?
Well, I have been very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for the care and attention over many months and years that she has given to this sensitive area. We will continue to work with her so that this can be the best possible advocate. It is important to note, however, that whatever we provide will be a massive step forward. We, of course, want to get it right, and I commit to working closely with her to do so. The parole board will be required to include members with a background in law enforcement in order to help parole panels make better decisions in assessing risk. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the legislation laid out in the gracious speech is an ambitious, long-term vision for our country. It's one that builds on our record over the last 13 years to make our country safer than ever. It is a programme rooted in evidence, a programme which responds to the anger and distress we all feel about crime, and does so with measures which actually drive it down. So we will make sure the most dangerous offenders spend longer in prison to protect the British people from harm, and particularly to protect women and girls. We will equip the police with powers to fight the latest criminal trends which blight our communities. And we will ensure law enforcement has the confidence of the public whilst pulling on every lever to reduce offending, because that is what keeps the British people safe. At the death, I will give way.
I detected that my right honourable friend was in the closing part of his peroration, and I therefore would ask him just to address one concern I have about the policing of demonstrations. As it happens, I think the police made the right call about November the 11th, given that the law is in the situation that it is. But what I'm concerned about was that 3 weeks earlier, on October the 21st, a planned demonstration in Golders Green to pray for Israel and the Jewish people was called off after the police advised that it would be subject to intimidation or violence from people who were representing it as a threat against Muslims who are holding a demonstration for Palestine 7 miles away. Is he not concerned that a peaceful demonstration should be called off in the face of intimidation? And is it not a matter of concern that the people who were making those threats online that led the police to give that advice have not, as far as I've yet to learn, been in any way questioned, sought or prosecuted?
Well, my right honourable friend, as always, makes an extremely powerful point, and on the basis of what he said, it seems to me that that is troubling. I don't know all the details, of course, but the fundamental point is this, that anyone in our community, whether they are Jewish or otherwise, should be able to practice their faith without let or hindrance. And I'm very grateful to him for raising this as it has. If there are things that need to be followed up to protect our vulnerable communities, they should be. And so let me close with this. This is a bill that focuses on the evidence of what works, on the evidence of what keeps the British people safe. Sometimes that will mean people being locked up for longer, and we make no apologies for that. Sometimes it will mean ensuring that those who are capable of being redeemed are being redeemed. That's how you drive down reoffending. That's how you protect the British people, and I commend the government's programme to the House.
Before I call the SNP spokesperson, just to say that I will put a time limit of 6 minutes on immediately the SNP spokesperson has sat down. It may go down from that, but we'll see how we get on. SNP spokesperson Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, friends of mine will know that I run an occasional series on my social media about Westminster weirdness. And with this past week that we've had, I really don't know where to start with it. But I can congratulate the Minister on still being here, at least, to give his address. That's some progress, I suppose, for him, if not for the rest of his colleagues. Madam Deputy Speaker, I tend not to speak too much about justice in this place because that is largely for the Scottish Parliament to determine. But in reading the King's speech, there are some aspects of the legislation that is being proposed where there is some relation to Scotland in what is happening there. I note particularly the Terrorism Protection of Premises Bill, and I hope that the Government will be engaged in closely, not just with the Scottish Government, but also with local government in Scotland, who may have an important role to play in the implementation of such a bill, given how the licensing regime works in Scotland for venues and premises anyway. They may have something to add to that, which might actually work quite well in Scotland. I know also the Investigatory Powers Bill, and I'm sure that ministers will want to work closely with the Scottish Government on this. And I note that certain provisions of the Criminal Justice Bill will apply in Scotland, and I look forward to getting some clarity from ministers as to which provisions of that bill precisely will apply in Scotland, and I'll mention some of these things later on. It was really quite shocking at the weekend to see the attacks on the police happening just outside this very building. Attacks that were encouraged in many respects by the very rhetoric coming from this government. And in many cases, it hasn't been a dog whistle in terms of the signal that ministers and their colleagues have been putting out. It's been a foghorn. And to see the far right out on the streets in the way that they did, bursting through the police, claiming police helmets as if they were some kind of war victory, taking those trophies home, was really quite appalling. Also, to see the fallout from this further with Islamophobic attacks on women at stations in this city as well, which were really quite appalling and quite shocking. And I hope that those who perpetrated all of these attacks will be identified and brought to justice. Likewise, those that have been making anti-Semitic attacks against our Jewish communities need to feel the full force of the law. And in Scotland we do have quite recent hate crime legislation that the Scottish Government has brought in, and I'm sure that will be used wherever it can be to hold those who perpetrate such hate crimes to account. Recorded crime in Scotland remains extremely low. The most recent Crown stats show recorded crime at one of the lowest levels since 1974. And the overall number of crimes recorded for the year ending June 2023 was 4% lower than pre-pandemic levels in June 2019, according to the latest statistics on this. Remarkably also, Police Scotland has a 100% homicide detection rate, so every one of the very tragic murders that have been committed since the inception of the single service has been solved. And further to that, a significant number of cold cases committed many decades ago prior to Police Scotland have been detected using modern technologies and brought to trial, including the murders of Brenda Page from 1978 and Renee McRae in 1976. So there is lots still to be done to make sure that those who perpetrated crimes are brought to justice, and no one can rest until those victims do see the justice that they deserve, the loved ones that they have lost. We also need to do a good deal more around violence against women and girls. And the Scottish Government has led in many respects in this area with the Equally Safe strategy, which has worked well to try and do this, but there is always more that we need to do. The recently published Vision for Justice Delivery Plan also includes actions to address long-standing challenges in the system faced by victims of sexual offences and the continued modernisation of the prison estate. And setting out an ambitious programme of reforms that are being taken towards March 2026, the plan puts fresh focus on early intervention to prevent and reduce crime to make communities safer. It's not just, it can never be just, about locking people up, but prevention is incredibly important too. And the criminal justice bill that the Minister talks about cracking down on things. And cracking down on things just means locking more people up. And for young people particularly, that will change their life chances dramatically, and it will have an impact on the rest of their life and their family's life. And the work that the Violence Reduction Unit in Scotland has done over many years has taken this preventative approach to violence in young people, and violent offending in young people has gone down significantly as a result. And their work recognises that young people, particularly in this current era, particularly with the impact of the pandemic, and particularly being affected by the cost of living crisis, young people are really struggling with their lives. So they need all the more that intervention, that youth work that can be so powerful in changing their life chances. And I pay tribute in particular to Peak Possibilities for Each and Every Kid and the YCSA in Pollokshield, who have done such a huge amount of work over many years to tackle the issues facing young people in our communities. But we can't be complacent on all of this. We need continual work and continual investment in these services. And the Violence Reduction Unit also wish to highlight the work that has been going on around the promise in Scotland for care experienced young people who we know from the statistics are sadly more likely to end up within the criminal justice system. And we need to continue to work with this group, learning from them and their experiences to make sure that their life chances are improved and that the promise is delivered upon. Another piece of work that has been going on in Scotland, further to the hate crime legislation that came before, is Baroness Helena Kennedy's work on the introduction of a misogyny bill to create new offences relating to misogynistic conduct. And any woman in this place will tell you about the scourge of misogynistic conduct, whether that is online in a kind of growing swell of hatred against women, or the challenges that are faced via social media and the attacks upon women there, or the way in which, as honourable colleagues mentioned earlier, that young women are drawn into things that put themselves at harm, whether that's their sexual experiences online or the way in which these things are dealt with in our society. There needs to be a lot more work done to tackle misogyny in our society. There's also going to be a national rollout of a system to digitally transform how evidence is managed across the justice sector, which will benefit victims and witnesses and support a quicker resolution of cases. And we want to expand also in Scotland the availability of mediation services in civil disputes, which will save people time, stress and money if these things can be resolved at an earlier stage. I want to touch just briefly on drug policy as well, because there has been significant progress on this in Scotland in recent years. Yes, we have our challenges, we acknowledge those challenges, but we are putting a significant effort into tackling these. And I do welcome the mention of pill presses, particularly in the Criminal Justice Bill, because these street Valium on the streets of Scotland have been a particular scourge, being sold at very cheap prices with indeterminate strength and have been implicated in many, many deaths. So we need to tackle that at source. Again, a public health issue, not tackling those people that are taking those drugs, but tackling those that are forcing them out onto the streets. In the UK's approach to this, I would continue to urge the UK Government to do something with the Misuse of Drugs Act. It is an entirely outdated piece of legislation that criminalises and harms people who have a health issue. And it's disappointing that the King's Speech did not see fit to tackle that, and also that the UK Government have responded so poorly to the very strong and evidence-based report that the Home Affairs Select Committee has produced on drug policy in the UK. They need to learn from these things, not to continue to be guided by outdated and harmful ideology. So in Scotland, we've invested a total of £141 million in drug and alcohol services, and made huge strides in the increase in residential rehabilitation facilities, which are incredibly important to this. We opened the first national family drugs treatment service and a new mother and child recovery house in Dundee. We've also made a huge amount of progress, which is acknowledged in the Home Affairs Select Committee report, on medication-assisted treatment standards, which will help people to get that treatment when they need it straight away, increasing the uptake in residential rehabilitation placements and the availability of life-saving naloxone. And I would encourage all members in this place, as I and my office team have done, to go for naloxone training. I had staff from the Scottish Drugs Forum come into my office and deliver training to me and my staff and another staff teams of colleagues on how to administer life-saving naloxone. It's a very simple thing to do. It can save a life. And as we are all out and about in our communities, it seems a very sensible thing that we're able to do. If you're taught how to do CPR training, it makes sense also to do something of this kind with naloxone. And that is something the Scottish Government has very much been a leader on. We've also implemented an enhanced drugs treatment service, which will deliver this heroin-assisted treatment to a small group of people. It's been incredibly well received and well successful for those that have been through that programme. Those that have completed the programme have seen huge benefits from having done so. And I look forward very much to the opening of a safer drug consumption facility in my constituency next year. It is not yet open, but I very much believe that it will do an awful lot to reduce both the antisocial behaviour of people taking drugs in the streets, in bin sheds, in closes, and in back lanes and in waste ground. It will bring those people inside where they can take drugs under medical supervision. Not one person has died in any of these facilities where they've operated in 100 cities around the world. I hope very much it will lead to a harm reduction approach in Scotland and help people get on the right track to staying safe and improving their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to move on to our Amendment H, that stands in the name of myself and my honourable colleagues, calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East. Madam Deputy Speaker, I struggle to cope with dealing with the scenes of horror that are on the television screens every night. The horror of the 7th of October shocked us all, and the devastation since for the people of Gaza. Both of these things are incredibly difficult to process, how people can behave in such a way to their fellow human beings. I don't think I've ever received, even on Brexit, as many emails as I've had this past week, this past 4 weeks. Even overnight, I had 500 emails coming in from constituents who are desperately worried about this situation and are demanding a ceasefire now. I had to update the figures that I had and the remarks that I had here in front of me, because the death toll has, of course, risen. At least 4,506 children in Gaza have been killed. 1 child every 10 minutes, more than 100 children every single day. A further 1,500 children remain missing under the rubble of bombed-out buildings and are presumed dead. The number of children killed in a single month of conflict in Gaza is more than 8 times the number of children killed in Ukraine during the entire first year of their current war with Russia. And many of the children that have managed to survive so far are sick or at risk of falling ill due to the lack of clean food or water. Oxfam have reported 5-hour queues at bakeries and a very real risk of starvation. Nowhere is safe from the airstrikes, not even medical facilities, which are protected under international law. And only one hospital in the north in Gaza is still operational, with very minimal service. The Al-Hali Hospital, which my honourable friend from Central Ayrshire has worked in, is very much struggling to keep going. And she awaits news from her colleagues, the people that she knows, as to whether or not they are surviving and what the circumstances are. Riham Jafari of Action Aid has commented on the concept of a humanitarian pause and says, "What use is a 4-hour pause each day to hand communities bread in the morning before they are bombed in the afternoon? What use is a brief cessation in hostilities when hospital wards lie in ruins and when roads used to deliver medical supplies and food are destroyed?" Action Aid have also talked about the situation facing pregnant women giving birth under bombardment. When you're giving birth, it doesn't really fit into a neat 4-hour humanitarian pause. Women are giving birth, having caesareans without anaesthetic. Babies are being born into chaos and death, where they cannot be guaranteed that a ventilator will be able to keep them alive. Wasim, an Oxfam staff member in Gaza, says, "Prices have trebled, the market is almost empty. There is a major shortage of essential foods and basic items. No bread, no dairy products, no salt, no milk, no canned food, no blankets or mattresses. Access to basic services is very limited. No electricity, no water, no gas, no health system and no education. We feel trapped. Civilians who have done nothing wrong ask us here in this House, how long can this go on?" Vivian Silver, the 74-year-old Canadian Israeli peace activist who founded Women Wage Peace, was confirmed murdered in the 7th of October attack on Kibbutz Be'eri. She was identified by her DNA. She had worked her whole life for peace. And when the attack happened, she was on the radio having a discussion from her safe room before the phone cut out. She was challenged on her views on peace in the Middle East. And even at that time when an attack was happening and she was in her safe room, she said, "We can talk more about this if I survive." Her bravery and her commitment to peace is what we should be listening to this afternoon. Yeah. Her sons who have lost so much, are seeking a ceasefire because they know this can't go on. We should commit to peace and to understanding in her memory. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, how does it end? How does this end? All conflicts at some point, they end. There's an armistice, there's an agreement, papers are signed. The question for all of us in this place is how long this current phase of conflict continues. When does it end? The UK are always keen to talk up their position as a P5 member of the United Nations. But what is that worth, I ask colleagues, when we don't back the UN Secretary-General when he calls for a ceasefire? In what reasonable circumstances should Antonio Guterres have to go to the Rafah crossing to plead for aid to get through? Why are we not standing behind the Secretary-General and behind the United Nations? Madam Deputy Speaker, if we do not strive for peace, we condemn yet another generation in Palestine and in Israel to a cycle of violence, to death and destruction beyond our imagination. We commit ourselves to a two-state solution, to justice and to peace. We will vote on the King's speech tonight. We will vote on these amendments. It will not end the 70-year-old conflict, but it gives us a place to begin.
Chair of the Justice Select Committee, Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say what a pleasure it was to listen to the Lord Chancellor open this debate, and in the characteristically terms of moderation and eloquence that he brings to the dispatch box. Can I also welcome, if I may, my honourable friend and neighbour, the member for Orpington, and the honourable member for Newbury to the Treasury bench. They're both great assets to the government's team. I welcome very much what the Lord Chancellor has said in his speech. I'll concentrate upon the justice-related issues, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the pressures of time. Some of those are policy areas where, in fact, the Justice Committee has done work already, and I'm grateful to the Lord Chancellor and his ministerial colleagues for taking on board some of the issues that we have raised. We may want to press them a little further as the detail of the legislation goes forward, but I very much welcome the moves that they have made and very much appreciate their courtesy in our dealings throughout. Can I start with a report that we recently published entitled Public Opinion and Understanding of Sentencing? Important in the context of the sentencing bill and some provisions of the criminal justice bill. That report showed that there is a real problem with a lack of a coherent approach to sentencing policy in the UK, as well as an issue with public understanding of the objectives of sentencing, and that in particular involves insufficient analysis of the potential impacts of sentencing changes. It's not something that's unique to the last few years. That has been, I think, systemic in all the time I've been involved in politics, and probably in all the 30-odd years that I spent in practice at the bar, specialising in criminal work before I came to this place. So it's something that no government particularly holds blame for, but systemically we have perhaps not done enough to use data efficiently and fully, to collect it adequately, and then use it to drive policy in a much more evidence-based way. I know that the Lord Chancellor and his colleagues understand that, and I know that the Department is making moves to very much improve that, and I welcome it. And these are bills, perhaps examples where we can try and put some of that into practice. That's certainly what our Select Committee report is looking to achieve. Now, given the views of the public, that protection of the public is the top priority, and we came to this conclusion after a very detailed sentencing exercise, I might add. I don't think people object to stronger sentences for the most dangerous offences. But I think equally we need to be alert to identifying any potential unintended consequences. That means that we have to level with the public. If we are repeatedly enacting measures which increase sentencing under a mantra of being tough on crime, we have to be honest with the public and say that will cost money. To keep an adult male in prison costs £47,000 a year. Now, if it's someone who's a danger to the public or has committed the worst types of crimes, that's money well spent. But we're quite right, and the Lord Chancellor is quite right, to look at alternatives where that money can be better used for those who are not a danger, are, in many respects, inadequate, in many respects have been failed much further on and earlier on in their lives and have got into a chaotic situation. Not always tougher sentencing, that's sometimes part of the mix, rightly so, but it's usually smarter sentencing that's really important to this. And I think the bill recognises that and gives us an opportunity to build on it. And that's important too because of the capacity crisis that we have identified in prisons through our study of the prison workforce, where we have real difficulties in recruitment and retention. That is important too. You cannot do the rehabilitation without sufficient adequate staffing. And as Winston Churchill said, there is in truth a treasure, a gold treasure in the heart of almost every man. Not everyone is redeemable, but very many are, and far more than sometimes people in politics think. And it's a good thing if we can turn people's lives around through the prison system, because it means less reoffending. And that's why the presumption against shorter sentences is right. There are certain areas been referred to that we need to look at the detail carefully, but overall the evidence is overwhelming that short sentences do more harm than good. Sentencing policy should be about evidence and preventing reoffending, not about sound bites and grabbing headlines. I know that's the approach that the Lord Chancellor adopts. Once and once only, because time presses.
On forgiving way. These are the arguments that have been used for most of my lifetime. Recidivism was caused not by punishment, not by retributive justice, but somehow that was less important than, as he said, the fact that the people who commit crimes have somehow been failed. Despite the fact that that's the prevailing view in criminal justice for a long time, there's been no decline in recidivism, rather the opposite.
Comes about. I must point out that if those who are trying to catch my eye later intervene before they've spoken, they will get moved down the list. Sir Robert Neal.
A lifetime of holding a particular mindset that's not supported by evidence isn't anything I personally will boast about. I followed the evidence. The evidence is that short sentences do harm more than good. The government has got the balance right with respect to my honourable friend. I don't think those who take a contrary view do. Prison does not always work. It works for the worst cases, but not for everybody, and let's be honest about that. And that's exactly what the Lord Chancellor is trying to do. Can I also then look at the Criminal Justice Bill? I hope when finally on sentencing, I'm sure when we have the bill around sentencing, we'll have a proper impact analysis on prison places and demands. Criminal Justice Bill, I think we all recognise that when people thumb their noses at the victims of crime, that people expect them to be able to be seen and hearing the court pass judgment. But I welcome the tone that's adopted in the Criminal Justice Bill. That's to say, ultimately, the discretion must rest with the judge. It's fair to give the judge a further tool in the toolbox to use, but there will be cases, as the Lord Chancellor and I know, and we've seen it, where people try and hijack the proceedings to grandstand or actually to behave in a disruptive way. The use of reasonable force is a well-established concept. We don't want people actually being dragged up at the risk to prison officers who do dedicated work and put their health and lives on the line anyway. We've got to get a balance on that. I think the bill achieves that, and I commend the Lord Chancellor for dealing with a sensitive topic in that way. And I hope too we will see then in the Victims and Prisoners Bill the opportunity to take forward some of the suggestions that we made in relation to sentences for IPP sentences for public protection. We made a number of recommendations. Some I know the Lord Chancellor has taken forward. I believe there is scope for more. He knows about my views on resentencing, but also in particular the way the life licence works. And I'm sure there's an opportunity greatly to improve that, so that we don't have people being set up to fail to start with. These are good and sensible measures in this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome them, and I hope the House will support.
Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Dame Diana Johnson.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be called to speak in the King's Speech debate on policing and criminal justice. As the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, I'm very pleased that policing is getting the attention it rightly deserves. But I would say to the Government that far more needs to be done quickly, particularly around vetting and dismissals of police officers who should not be serving in our police forces. And on the issue of specialist units for investigating rape and serious sexual offences, it's disappointing that not all police forces have those in place. A spiking offence, that's something that the Home Affairs Select Committee has also called for, along with the Honourable Member for Gloucester, I think. And in recent weeks, I think the Home Affairs Select Committee is concerned about whether we have the correct laws in place to deal with some of the protests that we've seen and this issue of hateful extremism. So we're hoping that the government might address that as well. I totally agree with the calls for a statutory definition of child criminal exploitation, and the Home Affairs Select Committee has been calling for that for some time. And after today's judgment on the Rwanda policy, can I commend to the government again the Home Affairs Select Committee report on small boats, which we published last year, which has a range of policy options which the government might want to look at again. We certainly look forward on the committee to working with the Home Office and ministers, scrutinising proposals and policies that are based on evidence and based on a fully costed model. I want to specifically refer to the government's draft Terrorism Protection of Premises Bill, also known as Martin's Law. The government is now planning to conduct a consultation before tabling the bill in Parliament and before responding to the pre-legislative scrutiny that we conducted on the committee in the summer. However, I do think it's worth remembering that that bill is a response to the terrorist attack at the Manchester Arena in 2017, the recommendations of the inquiry, and is designed to help prevent such an appalling crime happening again. I want to pay tribute to Fegan Murray, the driving force behind this legislation, whose son, Martin Hett, was tragically killed in the Manchester Arena attack. And I hope that ministers will be able to confirm what the exact timetable is for the consultation they're holding and exactly when they plan to table the bill in Parliament. The second issue I just wanted to talk about this afternoon is the infected blood scandal. Sadly, we've learnt from the King's speech that the government's priorities for this session do not include delivering justice to victims of the infected blood scandal, the biggest treatment disaster in the history of the NHS. This is, of course, despite the government accepting the moral case for compensation, despite repeatedly assuring us that they were working at pace, ready for the infected blood inquiry to report this month, and despite having received final recommendations 7 months ago from Sir Brian Langstaff on compensation, not to mention Sir Robert Francis Casey's framework document, which was given to the government 20 months ago. The government didn't even pledge to extend interim payments to bereaved parents, children and siblings, as proposed by Sir Brian Langstaff and recommended very clearly in his report. And I'm sure members across the House, whose constituents include those infected and affected by the contaminated blood scandal, will join me in voicing our deep disappointment that after 50 years and 5 years of a public inquiry, with one victim dying on average every 4 days, this King's speech is yet another wasted opportunity. I have therefore tabled Amendment Q with cross-party support to try and put this matter right. Let's be clear. The government has had all the information and time it could possibly need to set up a compensation scheme. It appears that the missing ingredient is political will, and that's not surprising. With the appointment of the Right Honourable Member for Salisbury this week as the latest Paymaster General, we've had 9 holders of the post since the infected blood inquiry started in July 2017. Those receiving infected blood are not to blame for what happened to them, and the decades of delays is getting to where this issue now stands. And they're certainly not responsible for the current state of public finances. And I, along with colleagues on both sides of this House, will continue to push the government every step of the way until they finally do what is right and deliver justice for this group. My final comments relate to my own constituency of Hull. And I just want to say to the government, I'm really disappointed that the King's speech didn't have anything in it to deal with the bread and butter issues that my constituents care about. One is about the failure of being able to access NHS dentistry. There are many parts of the country this affects. There's nothing in the King's speech to deal with that. Secondly, there's nothing to deal with the fact that the government changed, when it was the coalition government, the requirement for planning permission for companies when they want to erect telegraph poles outside people's houses to extend broadband connectivity. They can just do that. And in Hull, we're finding now we've got 3 or 4 companies who are doing this without local residents really being able to have a say in this. And I hope the government will look at this again, and I've tabled a private member's bill on that basis.
Deputy Speaker, I want to speak mainly about the various bills that are designed to make our streets safer, almost all of which I fully support, with one detailed exception I will come to. But I also want to express briefly regret about 2 absences from the gracious speech. The first is the absence of any changes to the social care system, a system which has been creaking for years, and which the government's solution has been to give it some more money as a sticking plaster every year. I think we need much more radical change than that. We need a proper workforce plan, a strategy to keep older, frailer people in their homes for longer, both by redesigning housing and by using technology, and of course, underlying it all, a much more stable funding system, not relying on council tax, which is a big problem. And the other absence, I think, is indeed Amendment Q, which the Honourable Lady from Kingston upon Hull has just referred to, and I have signed her amendment. And as she said, this is a scandal that has been going on for a long time, in fact so long that she referred to when it first came under the purview of the Cabinet Office, so long ago that I was the Minister responsible for it then, and the fact that 6 years later we've not made enough progress is, I think, hugely regrettable. But let me turn to the criminal justice aspects of the bill. They are clearly necessary. They are central to restoring public confidence in the way we live in this country, and even in a relatively prosperous, relatively peaceful constituency like mine, there are significant worries about areas like town centres which people feel are less safe. Now, some of this does require legislation to address. Obviously, that's not the whole answer. Equally important is the very welcome increase in police numbers that we have seen in recent years. And I'm delighted to congratulate both the Ministers and indeed Kent's Police and Crime Commissioner, Matthew Scott, that we now have the record number of police in Kent ever. And that, I think, is a significant step forward. But there is always more to be done. And some of the more that needs to be done is indeed done in this King's Speech. I think the sentencing bill strikes the right balance. I'm very happy to see the most dangerous criminals in prison for longer. But also, I echo my honourable friend, the chairman of the Select Committee's welcome for the provisions on shorter sentencing. I think it is a legitimate question, as my right honourable friend from South Holland and Deepings Rose, about recidivism. And again, I mean, looking at the facts, that the short sentences of less than 12 months have a reoffending rate of 55%, so you're more likely than not to reoffend if you have had one of these short sentences. If you have a suspended sentence order with requirements, the reoffending rate is 24%. It's less than half. So I think the evidence is pretty stark that these short sentences are not working to address the problem he very legitimately brings up. On the criminal justice bill, I support almost all of its provisions very strongly. I'm particularly keen on introducing a statutory aggravating factor at sentencing for those involved in grooming gangs. I'm very much in favour of increasing the multi-agency management requirements on offenders convicted of coercive or controlling behaviour, because other agencies need to get involved as well as the police. And I am particularly keen on measures to tackle violence against women and girls, where many people on both sides of this House, and indeed outside, many police and crime commissioners, I know, have done some good work. I am, I have to say, less convinced by the proposal to give more powers to the police to enter homes without a warrant for various reasons. There are perfectly good powers the police have under the PACE Act, the 1984 Police and Criminal Evidence Act, which give them various powers to enter houses. And I'm not convinced by the arguments that have been produced by ministers for needing more. And indeed, I was even less convinced when I read the explanatory notes to this bill, who tell me that after a Law Commission report, which was published in 1920, the Law Commission found that the process for applying for search warrants was extremely inefficient, and delays caused by this increased opportunities for evidence to be lost. So we have an important safeguard in place, the need for a warrant, but we are extremely inefficient in using it. So instead of becoming efficient in using it, we will dispense with the safeguard altogether. I put it gently to colleagues on the front bench that this is completely disproportionate and frankly not the sort of thing a Conservative government ought to be doing. So I hope my right honourable friends will think again about this particular part of the bill. In general, though, as I say, I am very supportive of the criminal justice and sentencing measures in this bill. I think they are both necessary and timely, and I think they can build on the successes that we have seen in recent years under many Home Secretaries in enabling the police to prevent and fight crime more effectively. And they are a significant part of what is a good set of measures in the King's Speech, and despite my individual caveats on that one measure, I will be proud to support the government in the lobbies at the end of this debate tonight. Thank you.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak to amendments B and H. On Monday night, the Prime Minister made a speech setting out a vision for a foreign policy with morality and values at the very heart of it. Yet the absence of anything in the King's speech that even comes close to promoting the UK as a positive and outward-looking nation shows that this government embodies neither morality nor values. Indeed, a foreign policy with morality at its heart would not leave over 2 million Palestinians trapped in a humanitarian nightmare without food, water, medicine or power. And a foreign policy that puts values first would not be following the direction set by Washington and the United States in addressing this conflict. A foreign policy that is built on morality would not stand by as over 11,000 Palestinians are killed, as more than 27,000 are wounded, and as 7,500 women and children have their lives taken from them, or as schools, hospitals, churches, mosques, refugee camps and homes are reduced to rubble. And a foreign policy that is driven by values would not still be advocating the 4-hour pauses that do nothing to alleviate the suffering of innocent men, women and children, and do nothing to end the violence that those living in the region have faced for decades. A foreign policy of morality and values would also not leave this government unable to answer just how many Palestinian lives it would take before they condemn the actions of the Israeli military in Gaza, which continue to violate international law, continue to stand as acts of collective punishment, and continue to fall within the definition of war crimes as they so clearly do. Madam Deputy Speaker, instead a foreign policy of morality and values would be advocating front and centre a ceasefire that ends the bloodshed, allows desperately needed aid to reach those most in need, and create space following the safe return of hostages for meaningful negotiations on a lasting peace. Madam Deputy Speaker, with over 11,000 Palestinian civilians and 1,200 Israelis who have been killed since the 7th of October, and tens of thousands more wounded, it's clear to me, clear to the United Nations, and clear to every single aid agency operating on the ground in Gaza that a humanitarian pause just doesn't do enough and doesn't go far enough. The innocent men, women and children of Gaza who are trapped in the never-ending nightmare of conflict, which they did not start and which they have no power to end, do not need a pause. They need it to stop. And the only way that we can achieve this is with a real and immediate ceasefire. Madam Deputy Speaker, I remain clear in my belief that it is the right thing to do, that it's the right choice to make if we want to see an end to the bloodshed and a lasting peace in the region, which no humanitarian pause will ever be able to achieve. Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is why I stood down from the opposition front bench. I'm here also advocating for a ceasefire rather than brief humanitarian pauses, because without a ceasefire, without a real break in the fighting, we will just see the unimaginable suffering, the horror, the death, the destruction and the devastation unfolding in Gaza continue. Without a ceasefire, the bloodshed that has already left thousands of innocent civilians dead, that has wounded so many more, that has left children without parents and robbed parents of their children, and which sees premature babies left to die outside their incubators, will tragically continue. Without a ceasefire, the desperately needed aid and assistance, the food, water, fuel and medicine that Palestinians urgently need and cry out for will not be able to safely enter Gaza. We will not be able to reach those who are most in need, and will lead to the deaths of many hundreds and thousands more. And without a ceasefire, the negotiations working towards a peaceful resolution and a real two-state solution, which the region cannot wait for any longer, will simply not have the space nor the will to succeed. That is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am supporting the ceasefire amendments today, and why I will continue to advocate for a ceasefire to stop the bloodshed, enable desperately needed aid to reach those most in need, and create space for meaningful negotiations. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Michael Ellis.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there is a rich and sad irony in today's debate on the amendments on a ceasefire in the law and order context. Here is the UK Parliament soon to vote on a ceasefire in a conflict over which the UK has no control, and a ceasefire which neither side in the actual conflict actually want. Hamas openly say they will fight on to kill as many Jews as possible, not Israelis, Jews, and that they would do the 7th of October all over again if they could. They openly say that. Israel will destroy Hamas and will be doing the world, and indeed the Palestinian people, a great service by doing so. A ceasefire would play into the hands of terrorists and terrorism. And the Scottish nationalists have engineered an amendment to this debate, amongst others, to incommode and undermine the Labour leadership. But what they actually undermine is community cohesion and the Jewish community in this country. And I want to address, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Jewish community in the United Kingdom. Now, there is a great deal of fear in the Jewish community, who feel decidedly unsafe and abandoned, vulnerable and isolated, and who have effectively been banned from central London for several weekends now by the risible failure of police actions and the one-sided prejudicial reporting of the BBC and others. These factors have an adverse effect on law and order, as well as on diplomatic moves internationally. We hear deep hatred for Israel from multiple quarters. Why do we not see mass demonstrations and similar responses when hundreds of thousands of Muslims and others are killed in conflicts elsewhere? 600,000 civilians, including children, killed in the last year in Sudan, 300,000 killed in Yemen, countless dead in Ethiopia, Tigray, Azerbaijan, Armenia, China's hard-oppressed Uyghur Muslims, the wonderful Kurds attacked by Turkey, East Timor and so on. It is difficult not to come to the conclusion that the screaming about Israel is based on the ancient hatred of anti-Semitism. Why else ignore larger losses of life? So we see hate, we see dissent, and we see division. But I would like to appeal today to a different emotion in the limited time available, and that is hope. And I say to the Jewish community in the UK and those in any faith or of none who yearn for peace and reconciliation, be of good hope. There is, in fact, much to be hopeful about. Why? Well, one of the prime reasons for the timing of the ISIS-style pogrom of the 7th of October was the blooming flower of a relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia. It was apparently a few months away from fruition, and what a wonderful development that would have been. The Saudi position is such, as the keeper of the holy places, that perhaps a dozen Muslim-majority countries would have soon followed suit and opened relations with Israel. But all is not lost. The good news is that this will still happen, and the signs are that the Saudis will still pursue this project, and for Jews and many others yearning for peace, it is something to look forward to. It would build on the historic Abraham Accords of 2020, when Bahrain and the UAE bonded with Israel, and that arrangement has borne rich fruit. And there are reasons to be hopeful also even with Iran. Why there? Well, the theocrats in Tehran are irredeemable. They support and fund terrorism in many areas and oppress and torture their own people. But in due course, the evil designs of that clerical cabal will fail, just as the evil designs of so many others motivated by hatred have failed. The Iranian people are a wise and cultured people, and there is much to hope for there. Recently, the people of Iran have been encouraged by their regime to chant slogans against Israel and trample on large Israeli flags placed deliberately for the purpose at the exit of football stadiums and other stunts, but the Persian football masses pointedly declined to do so. What bravery and what nobility, and a good sign of hope for the future. And what about here in the United Kingdom, Madam Deputy Speaker? What hope can we look to here? Well, I think a lot. We have seen gangs of proto-fascists, frankly, crowd around, for example, Marks and Spencer's branches. One in Glasgow, and I wonder why the SNP don't wish to mention that in debates. But the reality of the matter is that that is because Marks and Spencer's was once a Jewish-owned company. But since 1926, owned by thousands of shareholders, subject to anti-Semitic attacks now, 130 years after its foundation. Mr. Marx first came to the UK escaping, actually, ironically, from another pogrom, this one in the 1880s. But there's hope even there, because I can tell this House, Marks and Spencer's thrives like never before. Its shares are up 66% this year. But there's even more of hope elsewhere. We have a Prime Minister who has supported Israel. And yes, we have a leader of the opposition who has withstood the brickbats and those who wish to divide and is defending the Jewish people from insult and prejudice. And we have a sovereign, a king, Madam Deputy Speaker, who is a global leader and who will be a source for peace. There is no better hope than that.
Maria Eagle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We can't discuss confidence in the criminal justice system and policing without tackling the long and balefully negative influence of the aftermath of the Hillsborough disaster, which, whilst over 34 years ago, has hugely impacted the way in which police and public authorities are seen across Merseyside and beyond. The impact is widespread and intergenerational, and more needs to be done to tackle it. I hoped we would see a Hillsborough law in the legislative programme to learn the lessons of the tragedy in which 97 people were unlawfully killed by the gross negligence of the police responsible for keeping them safe. To date, none of the South Yorkshire police responsible for the disaster or the subsequent cover-up and campaign of vilification has been held to account, and now probably never will be. Whilst families of the dead and survivors have endured decades of wrongly being blamed for what happened and feeling they have to defend the reputations of their loved ones from the ongoing ignorant attacks spawned by the South Yorkshire Police's deliberate campaign to shift the blame from themselves. And it's particularly difficult for families to feel frozen in time, being forever dragged back to the darkest of their days, as they have to keep repeating to ignorant people what really happened and the findings of the unlawful killing at the second inquest, the findings of the Hillsborough Independent Panel, the truth of Hillsborough, in other words. Yet the police campaign, aided by some newspapers, was so powerful and has been so enduring that still we hear tragedy chanting at football matches, blaming Liverpool fans for what happened. One of the biggest comforts families of those who died and survivors who still suffer to this day could have is the assurance that Parliament has taken steps to prevent this kind of problem from recurring in the aftermath of tragedies such as this. Yet we've not done so. That's why I've been introducing my Public Advocate Bill, repeatedly blocked by the government since 2016. That's why I support the more general call for a Hillsborough law to try and prevent what happened after Hillsborough ever again affecting the victims of families who, through no fault of their own, are caught up in public disasters and then find themselves treated with indifference or hostility by public authorities and their feelings ignored. There have been disasters since Hillsborough. There'll continue to be more, although we must hope to keep them to a minimum. The Hillsborough law aims to rebalance the scales of justice towards families bereaved by public disasters and survivors by establishing a public advocate independent of government and able to act at the behest of families affected after major incidents, to give them a say and to use the learning from the Hillsborough Independent Panel process on the huge power of transparency to stop things going wrong as they did after Hillsborough. A statutory duty of candour on public servants, not just the police, though I welcome the fact that the government are to legislate on a duty of candour for police. This could only help make things better, but by itself won't be enough to prevent a recurrence of an event such as Hillsborough. Proper participation of bereaved families at inquests through publicly funded legal representation and ensuring equality of arms by ending limitless use of public authorities' budgets to defend their reputations on those occasions, no matter what the circumstances, and making Bishop James Jones's Charter for Families Bereaved Through Public Tragedy, which has been voluntarily signed by some, legally binding on all public bodies. Now, the government's recognised for years that there are things that need to be changed, but I'm afraid they've been lamentably slow in doing anything about it. Bishop James Jones' report, which was asked for by the Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead when she was Prime Minister, was published in 2017. Over 6 years later, there hasn't been a response to it. I find that quite shocking. Now, I've been pressing the government to respond over all of those years. There's absolutely no conceivable reason to prevent them from having done so, at least since May 2021, when the last of the criminal trials collapsed. It's 2.5 years later and still no response. I can't understand what's been holding them up. It's an insult to Bishop James and the work that he did that there's been no response. And it's trying the patience of families who've already had to wait too long, and survivors, not to have had that response published. I keep hearing there's going to be a response soon. I really hope it's true, but I'm not holding my breath. Now, the Victims and Prisoners Bill, which has been carried over from the last session, does have proposals for a public advocate within it, which I've welcomed. But the Lord Chancellor knows that my view is that his proposals aren't sufficient to make the public advocate a useful way of preventing things from going wrong in future in the aftermath of disasters, but simply a signposting service for families caught up. Now, a signposting service is all well and good and it's welcome, but unfortunately it's not going far enough. There's a real opportunity here to make sure that families caught up in public disasters in future don't have to suffer the same experience as the Hillsborough families. His public advocate, though, has neither the independence nor the powers required to shift the dial in favour of families and to be able to act to torpedo cover-ups, which is the whole point. Furthermore, he's to be directed solely by the Secretary of State, which doesn't give him proper independence. Now, I'm going to keep trying when the bill comes back for its remaining stages in this place, which I hope will be before Christmas, to make positive changes to improve it, because otherwise it will be an opportunity spurned. So I hope that the government ministers on the front bench will give thought to improving the proposals as they currently stand, because if they're enacted as they currently stand, it simply won't be enough to make real use of the lessons to be learned from Hillsborough.
Sir Charles Walker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me start by saying this. I've read the amendments on the order paper tonight, and if I could bring the hostages home and I could stop the fighting on the streets of Gaza, I would do it, and I would do it now. But the truth is, I can't, and no one in this House can. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a legislator in our domestic parliament. So this afternoon, I want to speak out against the wickedness of anti-Semitism. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not acceptable for any community to be cowed or intimidated from displaying outward expressions of its faith, cowed through fear of violence. And let me be clear, whether that faith be Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, or any other faith, we allow people to express visibly their faith without fear of attack. And this is fundamental to this debate. It is not right for any British citizen to be held accountable for the actions of a government other than their own. My Jewish friends and neighbours are British citizens. That is what they are. Madam Deputy Speaker, last Friday I talked to a young Jewish doctor in the NHS, and she said, Charles, being Jewish in this country right now is very, very difficult. Not the exact words she chose, but the words I think I should use in the chamber. A synagogue in Maida Vale on Saturday, worshippers leaving the synagogue were abused and suffered verbal threats. This synagogue is near where I grew up. It is near where I went to school. It is where many of my friends worshipped. It is not acceptable. Madam Deputy Speaker, a house in North London displaying a mezuzah was daubed in paint from top to bottom. Not acceptable. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, without equivocation or qualification, I say this: I stand with good and decent people of all faiths by the Jewish community. And if any Jews face harm, I and those people will place ourselves in front of those Jews to defend them from that harm. That is a solemn commitment on my behalf. Because the Jewish community in this country is small, 279,000. But it comprises my constituents, my family, and my friends. And they are deserving of my support, and they are deserving of all of our support. And I just want to get to the crux now of the law and order parts of this debate, because we have to deal with this as a parliament, and future parliaments will have to deal with it. Hate laws don't stop hate. We wish they would, but they don't. Hate is one of the basest of human emotions. It is the consumption that consumes the soul in the way cancer consumes our physical bodies. And I am desperate to see peace. I really am. I want to see peace in so many parts of the world. But what history has taught us is that peace is reached when the cost of hate is so great, when too many people have been killed, when sides are exhausted, when nobody can take it anymore. That is the moment that great men and women of courage and enlightenment stand up from both sides of that division, and they set their hatreds, their enmities aside, they embrace each other and hold out a hand. The world is a complicated, complex place. If there were simple solutions, we would have found them by now. They don't exist, Madam Deputy Speaker, but there is always hope. There is always hope on both sides of this House. We settle our arguments through debate, and we are also friends on both sides of the House. There is a big lesson in there for many, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Chris Stevens.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be called early in this debate. I'm usually here a lot. I'm usually waiting a lot longer than that. So get on with it, says the Labour front bench. So thank you. In terms of justice, I hope the Minister heard from my honourable friend for Glasgow Central and the work that's being done in Scotland with the Violence Reduction Unit. I was a member of the Cross-Party Youth Violence Commission here in this place, and there is a lot of work in Scotland in relation to this, because it's also a public health issue, and yes, education and lifelong learning have its role in tackling that too, and I hope he will take that on board. Now, in terms of the King's speech itself, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been an extraordinary 5 days. It started off with a lot of the hard right-wing rhetoric, and now we see that the government's trying to move to a centrist position. Quite extraordinary. And I listened to the Honourable Member for Northampton North, and I've heard others, and I hope that he will condemn the far-right thuggery that we saw at the weekend in London and elsewhere. These were not, as I've seen the phrase being used, counter-protesters. They were far-right thugs. And every single member of this chamber should condemn those individuals. Those individuals, Madam Deputy Speaker, who are wearing a poppy in their jackets and showing a swastika tattoo at the same time. An absolute outrage and frankly a despicable sight that we saw at the weekend. But there are, of course, other measures mentioned in the King's speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it will be obvious now after today's Supreme Court judgment that there will be yet another immigration bill. That annual event that takes place in this place since I've been here in 2015, in which there is yet another immigration bill to try and fix the broken asylum system that we have in this country. And I'm concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I had my surgery on Friday in Govan, when I met a Palestinian constituent who has been denied asylum by the Home Office, who hasn't heard from his family in 10 days in Gaza, been denied refugee status in the United Kingdom. That tells me, Madam Deputy Speaker, how broken the asylum system actually is. And I hope that the Home Office will meet me to discuss that particular individual case. But what was most surprising about the King's speech was there was very little measures to tackle the cost of living crisis, or as I call it, the cost of greed crisis, which is taking place across these islands. It's interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in America, President Joe Biden has launched a food poverty strategy to eliminate food poverty by the year 2030. And this government won't match that ambition here. And I certainly intend to table a bill because we need that strategy to eliminate food poverty. There are far too many of our citizens across these islands who are going hungry. And I think it's a disgrace that that's happening in an economy like ours. It's been left to the rest of us, Madam Deputy Speaker, to develop a community shop network, to sell food at affordable rates, to sell food at cost, to help people move away from food banks, the emergency need. And we need that sort of system, and we need the government to take food poverty in this country extremely seriously, because, as I've said, there are far too many who are in food poverty, including, I would say, far too many children. It makes me weep when I hear of some of the stories that are reported to my office who have to get the basic essentials. And we need essentials guarantees in the universal credit system, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's incredible that we have this ridiculous situation in which the universal credit system, which is there as a so-called safety net, is no longer a safety net for many of the reasons because universal credit and the social security system is also broken. And there were opportunities in the King's speech for the government to do that, and they sadly did not. I associate myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the remarks of the Chair of the Home Affairs Committee about infected blood and the lack of action that was in the King's speech. It's no longer good enough, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the government to sneak out statements just before recesses or prorogation to talk about the lack of action that's taking place for far too many people who have been caught up in that scandal. We'll continue to call that out, Madam Deputy Speaker. There needs to be debates in this chamber and statements regularly in this chamber for members of all sides to call the government to account for their slow pace and the snail's pace. And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll be voting in the name of humanity and I'll be supporting a ceasefire in the division lobby tonight.
Deanna Davison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in today's debate around a theme that I know many of us care passionately about, and certainly our constituents care passionately about: reducing crime and restoring faith in our criminal justice system. And on that, I was very pleased to see the Victims and Prisoner Bill rolled over, as well as the introduction of the Criminal Justice Bill and the Sentencing Bill in the King's speech. And it's the Sentencing Bill on which I will focus my remarks today. Now, I've not been shy in outlining the key catalyst for my journey into politics, but I hope the House will forgive me for raising it once more because it is very relevant for today's debate. For those of you who don't know, when I was 13 years old, my dad was killed by a single punch. One blow to the head and he was gone in seconds. He was 35 when it happened, and it's funny, at the time, I remember thinking not much about his age. He was my dad, so obviously he was just an old man. But now that I've reached the other side of 30, it kind of makes it all the more real and all the more stark. With no warning, on a cold February Friday night, he was gone, leaving behind me and my mum, and his own mother, my amazing Nan Sue, for whom my dad was her only child. Now, I don't want to talk about the perpetrator or go into detail about our specific case, but I really just want to outline the sheer devastation that this incident caused to my family. The families, the indirect victims of crime. And we may not have taken a physical blow, but the impact of the psychological blow will be with us for life, a true life sentence. Now, through a lengthy chain of events that followed, I had the privilege of being elected to this place and have made it my mission to raise awareness about the impact of single punch assaults. Shortly, in a few weeks' time, One Punch UK, an incredible charity, will be launching their annual Punched Out Cold campaign to show in quite grisly but necessary detail the impact that violence can have, and reminding people that yes, it's fine to go out over Christmas and have a few drinks and get a bit merry, but it is never the right time to raise your fists, and I hope that members across the House will help support in that campaign. But why do I talk about my family's experience again today? Well, one of the headlines in today's debate is around raising confidence in the criminal justice system. And through my work with One Punch UK, I know all too well that many families of the victims of single punch assaults do not feel that the criminal justice system is on their side. Victim support is patchy and varied, and sentencing is felt to be far too low. Some would even say insultingly low. People have lost loved ones through these violent acts and have seen the perpetrator released within a year. Now, I know that no sentence will ever feel enough to make up for the loss of a loved one and the loss of all those future memories of what might have been, but we must do more to restore confidence in sentencing again. Now, there has been concern in the past around overly lenient sentences, and indeed, in 2014, the Sentencing Council was asked by the then Lord Chancellor to develop a guideline for one-punch manslaughter and subsequently launched a consultation in 2017. In the 7 years prior to that, the average sentence for such offences was just 3 years and 10 months. Frankly, a kick in the teeth for the families of victims who are already going through so much. The new guidelines eventually came into force on the 1st of November 2018, but in my view still, sadly, do not go far enough. For single punch assaults, the lowest possible sentence in the guidelines is just 12 months. 12 months where a life has been taken and where the families of victims do go through a life sentence. Now, that is for those with the lowest culpability, and the guidelines state that this is for cases where an unlawful act is committed, but where there was, and I quote, no intention to cause any harm and no obvious risk of anything other than minor harm. But I think many across the House would agree with me that that in itself is deeply flawed, because when throwing a punch, there is always an obvious risk of serious harm. And I and many one-punch assault campaigners I work with believe that sentencing for such assaults should properly reflect that risk. So it is time for new thinking. That's why I would greatly welcome a discussion with the Justice Secretary and the new Justice Minister, who I warmly welcome to his new role, about how the new sentencing bill could include a specific minimum sentence for one-punch manslaughter that fully reflects the severity of the crime and reflects the real devastating impact on the families affected. I think that will be a concrete and tangible way that the government can restore and raise confidence in the criminal justice system for the families of past victims and, heaven forbid, for the future victims of single punch assaults. Now, I have a little bit of time left, so more broadly, I would join the Chair of the Select Committee in welcoming the pragmatic approach being taken by the Lord Chancellor on sentencing, with the most serious offenders rightly spending more of their sentence behind bars for the sake of public protection, but whilst also focusing on the very real need for rehabilitation for lower-level offenders to, frankly, prevent petty criminals losing their own lives to a vicious cycle of reoffending and incarceration. We know that criminal justice and social justice go hand in hand, so I'm very pleased that the Ministry of Justice are taking such a pragmatic approach there. And I do look forward to supporting the Lord Chancellor and the entire Justice team on this legislative agenda moving forward.
Naz Shah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In today's King's Speech, I'll be speaking to proposed amendments H and R. As I stated publicly, the attack against innocent Israelis on October the 7th was an egregious crime against humanity. Families of those killed continue to mourn the loss of their loved ones, and the families of those taken hostage pray for their safe return. It would be a grave injustice to not recognise acts of terror committed by Hamas for what they are. In the same way, it would be a grave injustice in the world if the world turned a blind eye whilst innocent Palestinians are being murdered by the hour. More civilians killed in 6 weeks in Gaza than civilians killed in 20 months in the Russia-Ukraine war. More children killed in Gaza than the annual number of children killed across all conflict zones since 2019. More UN workers killed in Gaza than any comparable period in the UN's history. More journalists killed in Gaza than any conflict period since 1992. Hospitals have been bombed, refugee camps have been bombed, United Nations schools have been bombed, ambulances bombed, bakeries bombed, mosques and churches bombed, northern Gaza bombed, Gaza City bombed, Khan Yunis bombed, the Rafah border bombed, almost every inch of the Gaza Strip bombed. Over 11,000 innocent civilians killed. The hopes and dreams and futures of nearly 5,000 Palestinian children ended in mass graves. 2.3 million people fleeing death and destruction, babies dying in incubators, pregnant women having caesareans without anaesthetic. No fuel to power hospitals, no food to feed the living, and searching for clean water being as rare as searching for gold. Make no mistake, this is a humanitarian catastrophe, which is why I urge members to back an immediate ceasefire on all sides and push for the release of hostages. A call which is backed by 120 members of the UN Security Council, backed by 17 UN agencies, backed by the UN General Secretary, backed by the World Health Organization, backed by the World Food Programme, backed by Amnesty International, backed by over 600 leading international NGOs, including Oxfam, Save the Children, Christian Aid, Medical Aid for Palestinians, the International Committee for Refugees, backed by the Pope, backed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, backed by the overwhelming British public, and now backed by President Macron of France. Almost every single international aid agency in the entire world is saying a vital humanitarian aid to reach people cannot be delivered without a ceasefire. The very agencies whose expertise we rely upon in other conflicts and take their lead, so why not this time? We need a political solution to an issue which leads to peace, not one that ends in a way which is so horrific it emboldens more terror in the region. Injustice is the greatest barrier to peace, and the truth is we cannot expect peace unless we enable justice to be delivered. And nothing symbolises our British values better than the statue of Lady Justice towering over the Old Bailey. Figuratively blinded because justice is unbiased, the scales representing the impartiality of decisions, and the sword a symbol of power and justice. But when Israel acts with impunity and attacks hospitals, UN schools and refugee camps, and the case for Palestinians is vetoed by the US and the UK at the International Criminal Court, then the world asks, is our justice really unbiased? When we rightfully condemn extremist and genocidal statements by Hamas, but fail to utter a single word about the genocidal rhetoric being spouted by Netanyahu and his right-wing government, then the world asks, are our scales of justice truly impartial? When we follow the path of justice and the rule of law in the face of Putin's aggression, but yet Israel continues to defy UN resolutions with empty words and no action, then the world wonders, where is the sword of justice? When we fail to provide equal application of justice, then in the eyes of the world, it is one rule for the allies of the US and another for the rest. These are not my words, but the words uttered by the former Labour Foreign Secretary, the late Robin Cook, in this very chamber that sadly ring true 20 years on. Our values push us to do better, and this is why, despite all the risks to our personal positions, we must do what is right. Whilst it may be a matter of convention to follow our closest ally, the US, in interests of foreign policy, it is a matter of conscience to step away from our closest ally in the interests of peace. We know that eventually there will be a ceasefire in this current crisis. Every war ends with a cessation of hostilities. The question is not if there will be a ceasefire, but when. For the people of Palestine, every minute, every hour, every day we wait is another orphan, another grieving mother, and another family wiped out. This is why, in standing to save innocent lives of both Palestinians and Israelis and representing the people of Bradford West, in today's motion, I will be supporting the amendment which seeks an immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
It will be obvious to the whole House that a great many people wish to catch my eye this afternoon, so I will have to reduce, after the next speech, reduce the time limit to 5 minutes. But there's no point in people complaining. You come to me and tell me which of these people you want not to speak. We're talking about fairness here. Yes, okay. That was a rhetorical question. Stop digging. Right. But with 6 minutes, Mr. David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin, because a number of members have referenced the appalling practice of spiking, by commending my constituents Mandy and Colin Mackey, who have founded Spike Aware UK following the tragic death of their son Greg, who had his drink spiked. And I very much support their campaign to have a law criminalising spiking introduced both in Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom. Turning, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the gracious speech, there was much to welcome, particularly the strong focus on tackling crime and on keeping communities safe from crime and antisocial behaviour. The measures proposed to ensure tougher sentencing for the most serious offences and to increase the confidence of victims will, I am sure, receive strong support, not just from these benches but across the country. However, it is the case that the devolved nature of policing and justice in Scotland means that my own constituents and everyone living in Scotland will not automatically get the benefit of these changes. That would require equivalent action from the Scottish Government, who have responsibility for policing, tackling crime and the justice system, and the experience of my constituents and of communities across Scotland is that when it comes to these matters, SNP ministers promise big but deliver small. Take police numbers. The SNP government came to power in 2007 on a commitment to recruit and maintain 1,000 extra police officers over and above the 16,234 full-time equivalent officers that were then in place. 16 years later, the number of police officers in Scotland is a little over 16,000, right back to where we started from. In the words of David Kennedy, the General Secretary of the Scottish Police Federation, the state of affairs in Scotland for policing at the moment is pretty bleak. There are less cops on the street. If you ask around, people no longer see the police on the streets. From my own contact with constituents, I know just how much they value and respect the work of officers working in their communities. But time and time again, concerns have been raised with me that there is simply not an adequate number of police officers working within local communities to provide them with the reassurance they need and deserve. That's a clear message that I've been given most recently by local people in Peebles and Gretna in my constituency, where concerns have been put to me over the increased disorder and other types of antisocial behaviour. Continuing reports from these communities and others of antisocial behaviour, drug dealing and vandalism are worrying and clearly making life miserable for the law-abiding majority. There is no doubt that the Scottish Government have not been providing Police Scotland with the resources they need to properly respond to crime and be as visible as local people expect. The truth is that the SNP themselves know this is the case. Just a month ago, speaking in the Scottish Parliament, the SNP MSP for the South of Scotland, Emma Harper, said, "I understand that V Division in Dumfries and Galloway is struggling to meet the demands of its large rural region with the current number of officers. What specific action is being taken by the Scottish Government to recruit police officers to rural areas such as Dumfries and Galloway as a priority?" Ms Harper is entirely right to be asking why the Scottish Government hasn't taken urgent action needed to recruit and maintain police officers in communities like the one I represent. My constituency is covered by 3 different police divisions. In Dumfries and Galloway, there was a total resource complement of 392 officers in 2019. 3 years on, that has dropped to just 354. In Lanarkshire, there was a total complement of 1,404 3 years ago. It's now 1,366. And in Lothian and Borders, there was a local complement of 946 officers in 2019, which has now fallen to 907. And it's the same picture right across Scotland. So I use this occasion to urge the Scottish Government to take a page from this King's speech and give a proper focus on keeping communities safe from crime and anti-social behaviour. Ensure tougher sentencing for the most serious offenders, rebalance the justice system to put the rights of victims over those of criminals, and restore the proud tradition of community policing, which has served constituencies like mine so well over the years, by giving our police the resources and increased manpower they need to do their job and keep local people safe.
We now come to a maiden speech. Michael Shanks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I start by thanking you and all the staff of the House for the very warm welcome I've received, for all their help as I'm so obviously lost around this building. I'm glad I chose a very quiet political day to give my maiden speech. But it is a pleasure to speak in this King's Speech debate, and in a debate focused on improving our justice system. There's much we can do to talk more, not just about being tough on crime, but to understand the root causes and to tackle the underlying issues, not least the poverty of opportunity that leads so many into criminal activity. I spent several years before I qualified as a teacher working with young people involved in gangs and offending. They weren't bad people, they weren't born bad. They were people often without hope that their lives could be anything more than what they currently experienced. And when you lose hope, when your aspirations are limited by your experience, when you're unemployed or when you're excluded from school, it's any wonder that a gang starts to seem like a reasonable option. I'm glad that the police in England are learning from wonderful projects which my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow Central, has already mentioned in Scotland, like the Violence Reduction Unit, which I did a lot of work with. And the key to preventative projects like these is to continue investing, not to cut and run when crime stats go down. Prevention absolutely works, but for it to work, you have to keep on preventing. Mr Speaker, it's an absolute honour to stand here as the Member of Parliament for Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Can I say to my honourable friend, the Member for Selby and Ainsty, who gave his maiden speech a few weeks ago, he set the bar very high and somehow also managed to make me feel very old for having not been born before the 1997 general election. Although I should say I'm not too old, I was still aged in single digits when Tony Blair became the Prime Minister, something I think I share with the member for Mid-Bedfordshire, who gave another outstanding maiden speech yesterday. Similarly new to this place, I'd welcome the member for Tamworth to my own benches. It's getting to the point, Mr Speaker, where we'll have a maiden speech every week. Perhaps a general election won't be necessary after all for Labour to form the next government. It's customary in a maiden speech to praise my predecessor, and I hope the House will permit me to praise predecessors. The cause of the by-election will not have eluded many members here, but I met countless people across the constituency who praised Margaret Ferrier's attention on matters of casework and local issues, and credit is due to her for that. Towards the end of her time in this place, she also started to give the Honourable Member for Strangford, who's not in his place for a change, a run for his money in her participation in debates, and I hope that I can match at least some of her parliamentary energy. I also want to pay tribute to my predecessors, Jed Killen and Tom Greatrix, and of course to Lord McAvoy for their dedication to the constituency over many years. Rutherglen and Hamilton West is a constituency steeped in industrial and political history. Rutherglen itself is one of the oldest royal boroughs in the land, granted its royal charter by King David in 1126, which means in 2026 Rutherglen celebrates its 900th anniversary, something the community is looking forward to marking. Blantyre was the home of David Livingstone, and the museum that stands where he grew up is not just a thriving monument to his life, but a reflection on his complex past as both an abolitionist and a fervent supporter of colonialism. And across the constituency, a legacy of coal mining, iron and steel making, such as the Clydebridge Steelworks in Cambuslang, which stands as a sad reminder of the industrial decline of communities like mine across the west of Scotland. And for a Labour MP, the roots of our founder, Keir Hardie, are in Lanarkshire, and it was in Rutherglen, then called Mid-Lanarkshire, in 1888, just a short century before I was born, that he first stood for election. For honourable members in the SNP, this area is also home of one of their most famous by-elections in 1967, the election of Winnie Ewing, who we sadly lost just a few months ago. And this seat also holds electoral history for another reason, and I thank the House of Commons Library for double-checking this. Until my by-election result, the last time Labour has ever taken a seat in a Scottish by-election was in 1964, in, of course, Rutherglen. Then the seat was taken from the Tories. This time around, it was the deposit that was taken from the Tories and not returned. I want to thank everyone who supported the by-election and all our volunteers, a campaign I'm proud to say that, unlike some other parties in this place, didn't rely on zero-hour contract leafleters to deliver our election material. But, Mr Speaker, enough of history. Rutherglen and Hamilton West past is not all it can be proud of. It's a patchwork of vibrant communities, from Burnhill and Rutherglen in the west, on the border with Glasgow, to Fernhill and Whittlesburn in the south, stretching through Burnside, Cambuslang, Newton, Halfway, Blantyre and the western edges of Hamilton, who sadly are leaving the constituency in boundary changes. Some members may know of my somewhat irrational running challenge during lockdown, where I set out to run every single street in Glasgow, achieving it some 2 years and 2,300 kilometres later. I've set myself the challenge of now running every single street in my constituency, something I'd encourage all honourable members to do in their own patch, although it was a suggestion that was dismissed in horror by my colleague, the member for Edinburgh South, when I suggested we take it on together. On my way round the streets, in a by-election that took 6 months, I met so many incredible people doing so much in their community. It's a constituency with a fantastic sense of pride. From the various gardening groups that brighten up the streets, to the charities and organisations like LEAP or Healthy and Happy, or the Fernhill Bingo or bowling clubs, or even Mo's famous shop in Blantyre, which operates more as a community centre than a shop. They do so much to bring the community together and reduce the social isolation that so many people feel, especially after the pandemic. It's a community full of hard-working, decent people who aren't ever shy in telling you what they think, as any journalist that was camped out in the main streets of my constituency will recall during the recall petition and the by-election. They want the absolute best for their community and their family. But they're also rightly angry, politically scunnered at being let down time and time again by governments distracted and divided at the very moment they need them most. Devolution promised us the chance to make decisions unique to Scotland in Scotland, but so often of late it's become a place not of the high ideals of public policy, but of manufactured grievance and division. Donald Dewar spoke of the Scottish Parliament as a means to revitalise our place in this, our United Kingdom. It feels to most Scots today that neither SNP nor Conservative is revitalising anything, and our slow, much too slow march towards social justice continues to elude far too many. My first contribution in this House was to ask the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions to make work capability reflect the complexity of people with neurological conditions. It's a clause close to my heart, as is disability more generally. For far too many people, their potential is still limited by factors that are out with their control. Systems that we put in place so often hold people back. Complexity in the benefit system forces people into poverty and destitution. A fundamental lack of compassion and understanding stalls people's ambitions right at the moment it should be unlocking them. Another Lanarkshire Labour MP and a political hero of mine, John Smith, put it well in 1993. A choice between Labour's opportunity society, which invests, which educates, which cares, and the sad reality of neglect, division and rising crime that is Tory Britain today. A choice between Labour's commitment to democratic renewal, to rights, to citizenship, and John Major's centralised, secretive and shabby government. Fast forward 30 years and he could be talking about where we are today. A government that's incapable of delivering the change my constituents need. It's become fashionable of late, or perhaps it was always fashionable, to denigrate politics. It's not hard to see why people see our deliberations here as foreign to their daily lives. But I've also seen in the few short weeks I've been here, MPs from across this House championing causes that may only affect a few people, but affect them greatly. And as I used to tell my pupils when I was encouraging them to vote, politics changes our lives for better or ill, and it's our responsibility to engage with it meaningfully. I'd also say, having been elected, I was amazed to discover my former pupils took to TikTok to speak positively about me, which I have to say, working with teenagers is not necessarily guaranteed. But I'd also say, Mr. Speaker, on reflection, the behaviour that I sometimes used to complain about in the classroom, I'm discovering might actually have been more impressive than I thought since I arrived in this place. I have no doubt over the coming weeks and months I'll wrestle with complicated issues and seek to further my understanding of topics that I'll openly admit I need to know a lot more about. None of us has all the answers, although I suspect that may come as a surprise to some honourable members. But complexity shouldn't be something we shy away from. Nuance, which seems so lacking in our political discourse today, no doubt in part because of the role of social media, is an essential part of coming up with the common sense solutions that actually work for people. Being able to disagree without being disagreeable should not only be possible, but something we strive for. Mr. Speaker, with the general election on the horizon, who knows how long I might be sitting on these benches, at least on this side of the House. The opportunity to serve, as John Smith put it, is about putting our values into practice. And I don't want to be here just opposing the Tories, but on the other side replacing them. But, Mr. Speaker, for every day I am here, I hope I can serve the people of my constituency well. I hope I have the confidence to stand up for those who are too often voiceless in our society, and at least try to change some of what holds so many people in my community back. This place is full of people with a wonderful calling, and I hope I can do the people who sent me here proud in the time that I have.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure to follow the thoughtful eloquence of the new member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West. One of his predecessors, Tom Greatorex, shadowed me when I was the Energy Minister and became a great friend of mine, and I hope he might become a good friend too over time. When I was a boy, still younger than the honourable member for Selby, I attended my first Conservative Party conference in 1975, and Margaret Thatcher, the new Conservative leader, declared then that the first duty of government is to uphold the law. If it tries to bob and weave and duck around that duty, then so will the governed, and nothing is safe, not home, not liberty, not life itself. For a civilised society is an ordered society. And because it's the most vulnerable, the old, the frail, the less well-off that live on the front line of disorder, they must be protected from it. The honourable member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West spoke about the hopelessness that that can lead to when they feel that they are exactly that, on the front line of crime. For that reason, a prerequisite of social solidarity is a civil order where law is enforced, where justice prevails for all, where the guilty are punished. We must stand in defence of the gentle in this place. Yet too often in my lifetime, those who shape criminal justice have been impervious to the harm their doctrines do. Detached from the concerns of the hard-working people, too often people with power are influenced by guilt-ridden bourgeois liberals. Too much of this opinion-forming elite has lost a sense of proportion about what matters and what doesn't. They're able to gauge the insignificance of trivialities which waste time and resources, unable to tell the difference between the petty and the pertinent. Many people often believe rightly the criminal justice system is more interested in hurt feelings than the hurt that crime causes. People can't understand why elements in the police appear to care more about silly social media than they do about burglaries and theft. It is preposterous that half the calls passed on to frontline police in recent years have been about social media. Figures released in June revealed that the proportion of crimes resulting in a charge or summons was just 5.7%. By the way, that's a slight increase on last year. That means that 95% of crimes in England and Wales go unpunished, leaving aside those that don't even get reported. Meanwhile, in the 5 years to 2023, an incredible 120,000 people were recorded for non-crime hate incidents. Causing offence may be rude, but is it really worthy of police time? The liberal elites who offer a multitude of platitudes about equality are nonetheless content to see a two-tier justice system where cultural relativism determines what is investigated and what isn't. Whether it's eco-fanatics or Islamic extremists, the law must be applied equally to all. Well, you see, for such characters, in the absence of a sense of proportion, anything can be legitimised in the cause of self-righteous purity, including stopping ambulances taking the sick to hospital while they glue themselves to roads. We must end the culture, too, of excusing and then rewarding deviant and wicked behaviour. When I studied criminology at university in the 1980s, a seminal book, Rehabilitation and Deviance, showed that a rehabilitative ideal become institutionalised in the criminal justice system, that it had become disconnected from the core concept of justice. Crime is not an illness to be treated. It is a malevolent option chosen by those who carelessly harm and damage people, largely out of greed or spite or malice. Yet too many heedless and harmless criminals receive reasonably lenient sentences. We must not be letting people out of prison early, and neither should we be suspending custodial sentences for persistent, prolific offenders. That is not what the public expect. It's not what our constituents want, and it is not fair because it is not just. Crime must be punished, and punishment matters because people want to see law-abiding, decent, patriotic people protected from that minority who seek to do them harm. Is that too much to ask? No authentic Conservative should vote for early release, and no authentic Conservative must vote for the end of custodial sentences. If they do, they must answer to their constituents.